Hey. Alrighty. Now, yesterday I was supposed to. Yesterday I initially planned on streaming this game, but if you didn't see my community post on my channel, which honestly, if you didn't, that's completely fair and understandable because I don't use community posts all that often. I don't think a lot of people even know about it existing. Some family-related stuff came up yesterday, so I had to move the PGR stream to today instead. Chances are that either tomorrow or Friday, so like tomorrow or the day after, that I might not stream again. Either one of those days, or maybe Saturday, due to, again, family-related matters. So, but I'll try and get whatever needs to be done for PGR. And I know that Wuwa's update is actually, like, it's currently undergoing maintenance right now, so it's going to be available like later tonight. I think in fact it's going to be available in like in 2 hours from now, I think. So first and foremost, I'm just going to go through the PGR stuff first. I'm not going to go like alternate between PGR and Wuwa. So I'm just going to go through PGR stuff first. And then when I'm done with the story, current story for PGR, then I'll go for Wuwa. Being said though, let me just quickly do dailies here. Resources. Okay. So, new update. A lot of stuff that to go through here. There's quite a bit. So obviously the new story, new chapter. There's some Babylonia stuff as well, and then of course the study tab with the trial zones, and then some other events to go through. From what I've learned, before getting into the main story here, the newest chapter, there's a number of things to go through. One of them I feel like could be optional, but just in case, Awakening Tundra, if you've not read it yet, you can read it if you want to. I don't know how significant it'll be to the main story. I know that Sophiasburg is involved, and apparently Tatiana, the main focus of Awakening Tundra, the character, the main character of Awakening Tundra here, is also involved. So you could give Awakening Tundra a read. It mainly just focuses on Tatiana, and it does mention Sophiasburg. And then after Tundra is to go for the Babylonia quest, Frostheart Shadow, that is available right now. And then after that, thank you. And then after that, after Frostheart Shadow, is to, I think, do the Journal of Promise for Rosetta. Because when you go to the battle tab and then main and then character story at the top right, and then you click on Rosetta or tap on Rosetta, it shows that, like, here's Awakening Tundra, and then her Journal of Promise, and then the main story chapter. Whereas in other another character that does Journal of Promise beforehand would be Selena, Journal of Promise, and then 34. I think Liv was another one as well. Yeah, apparently Liv was another one as well. But other characters like Veriga Raver, her general promise comes after Floating Record, her respective chapter. So I guess it's safe to say that if you want to know the story order with like main story and Journal of Promise for certain characters, refer to the character story tab from the main story menu here. In Rosetta's case, it would be Awakening Tundra. Again, I don't know if I don't know how involved some of the stuff from Tundra is going to be in the main story, but Awakening Tundra, the Babylonia quest, Frostheart Shadow, and then Rosetta's General Promise, Farewell from the Departed, I think it's called, and then Chapter 39. I don't know how long this stuff is going to take. I've already read Awakening Tundra like a week or two ago, so that's somewhat fresh in my mind. But with the Babylonia quest and the Journal of Promise, I'm not entirely sure how long those are going to be. The Journal of Promise could easily be like maybe 2 hours long, maybe even 3. Who knows? This Babylonia quest, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe an hour long, but we'll see. I think based on the length of these two reads here, that will determine whether or not I'll start the chapter 39 today or another time. So, that being said, we can just start here. So, Frostheart Shadow, investigate in the military security area. So, according to, Rosetta fell into a coma after confronting enemies that emerged in the Arctic region, somewhere in Babylonia. She was there. Oh.
60、80、50。機体をもっと安定させろ。緊急モード。お前は適した器ではない。お前はソフィアを代表する資格がない。
It's her in her new frame. The one thing I wasn't too sure about was whether or not the Babylonia quest goes before or after Journal of Promise. I'm only assuming it goes before, because just to double check, I did check on... I should go find it as well. I did check on the Huashu.app site, and I read, I quickly skimmed through the Journal of Promise for Rosetta, and it seemed like it takes place after this Babylonia quest. It seemed like it. But I guess I'll find out once I go through this.
文明で最も顕著な部分はやがて模倣因子となり、その文明の隅々にまで伝播するのね。
Memes? Really?
急に詩人になってどうした？
極地のバイオニックを見てそう思っただけ。文明の理念は機械や生活に染み込んで場所ごとに違う形になるんだなって。
Turning into memes? That?
いろんな可能性を見られるなら違うのも悪くないさ。メンテナンスは面倒だが。
メンテナンスだけの問題じゃない。理念の差が広がりすぎて機械ですら互換性を失うとき、人と人、 文明と文明の間の距離も遠ざかって、いずれは埋められない溝ができるかもでしょ。
考えすぎじゃないか。
I don't think they actually mean memes. I think they maybe, I don't know. No, I wanted to have the optional stuff. God damn it. Are you serious? Ah, man, I moved way too close to the objective. Son of a bitch. Let's observe. This is the military security area of the commercial district. Tactical gear. What the hell? I couldn't even get to read that, bro. Tactical gear neatly lined up everywhere. I couldn't even finish the text. Damn it, I can't do the optional stuff. Is there a way to reset this? Hang on, let me reset that because I want to experience the optional stuff too. I didn't think it would trigger or continue if I moved that close. I can't skip this either. It's a really short cutscene. It's also really loud, this cutscene. So loud. So yeah, there's Rosetta, huh? So I mentioned earlier that I skimmed through her journal promise just to make sure whether or not it goes before this quest or after it. At the very start of the journal promise, Rosetta was already in her new frame, so that's why I assumed this current quest goes before the journal promise. But now it shows her being in the new frame right now, so now I'm not sure at all. What are you implying? Wait, construct tech has been heading in a strange direction lately. Okay. Only became truly useful after we started fighting the punishing.
最近見た設計図や地上勢力から共有された情報から判断するに、これからの構造体技術の発展方向は予想をはるかに超えるものになりそうで。
Might evolve way beyond what anyone expects.
得意点が来ますよ。すみません。話せるのはここまでです。
The singularity is coming? What the hell? You singularity. Him saying constructs like the whole tech thing evolving way beyond what we expected or whatever. It made me think of like the Saphir frames and all that shit. Like Liv and Teddy. Liv Limpidity and Teddy Spectre. What happened to Rosetta?
グレイレーブン指揮官。そうか、ロゼッタを見たか。侵食体との戦闘で不意打ちを食らって 危ない状況だったから
Oh, okay.
開発途中の機体に変えた
We
ん
gave
だ
her a prototype frame. That's why she's in it right now. Okay, so this does go before Journal of Promise. Okay.
だがそれから昏睡状態になって何をしても目覚める気配がない
Huh.
だから急いで空中庭園に連れてきたんだ
道中大変だったんじゃないか
Straight into a coma after switching the frames. So something's up with that frame.
この機体めちゃくちゃだわ
So this is probably just another case of like what Liv and Teddy had to go through. Something to do with Phylotry, maybe. Since this new arc of PGR is going to be focused on that and the mind.
文明で最も顕著な部分はやがて模倣因子となりその文明の隅々にまで伝播するのね
See, she says memes, but I feel like that's a completely different meaning than what we already know today. Because that's kind of just... So... yeah. So yeah, okay. Here's a scientific description of meme. An idea, behavior, or style that spreads by means of imitation from person to person within a culture and often carries symbolic meaning representing a particular phenomenon or theme. A meme acts as a unit for carrying cultural ideas, symbols, or practices that can be transmitted from one mind to another through writing, speech, gestures, rituals, or other imitable phenomena with a mimicked theme. Supporters of the concept regard memes as cultural analogs to genes in that they self-replicate, mutate, and respond to selective pressures. And this next part is what we know memes of today. In popular language, a meme may refer to an internet meme, typically an image that is remixed, copied, and circulated in a shared cultural experience online. So eventually becomes meme spreading to every corner of it. That's pretty much it. Right here, as it says, spreads by means of imitation from person to person in a culture. Which is this.
急に詩人になってどうした？
極地のバイオニックを見てそう思っただけ。文明の理念は機械や生活に染み込んで場所ごとに違う形になるんだなって。
Civilization's ideals seep into its tech and daily life, turning into memes. And that's why each place ends up different.
いろんな可能性を見られるなら違うのも悪くないさ。メンテナンスは面倒だが。
メンテナンスだけの問題じゃない。理念の差が広がりすぎて、機械ですら互換性を失うとき、人と人、文明と文明の間の距離も遠ざかって、いずれは埋められない溝ができるかもでしょ。
考えすぎじゃないか。
It's kind of like how the things you know of today could easily have had a completely different meaning or definition from the past. I guess in a sense is what she's trying to say. Go to the second floor to meet Asimov. So yeah, it's like two different things with memes. There's the actual serious scientific description and definition of memes, or there being a field study called memetics, which we've heard of multiple times throughout in PGR before, like the contaminating memetic. And then there's memes that we know of, like internet memes. So it definitely helps to look up this stuff before going any further, because before me looking it up, I only know of internet memes, and then I knew of like memetics, but what are they saying? Should have paid attention to what they were saying, because I want to try and absorb as much as I can here. So the first conversation we had was a guy talking about construct tech and how it's going to evolve beyond what we have expected from this point forward. And then singularity is coming, whatever that means. And the second conversation was about Rosetta moving into her new frame, but she immediately got into a coma after moving into the new frame. And then the third conversation was that one female construct talking about how the cultures of one civilization can quickly spread to all over the world, but it can slowly change over time, or something like that. Eventually becoming memes. Not internet memes, but scientific definition meme. Trying to understand how all three of those conversations can connect to each other. Because obviously the construct tech and then Rosetta having that coma, those you can kind of see a connection, right? But she's moving into a new, frame. And her going into a coma could just attribute to something with the construct tech of that frame. Then the third conversation about the civilization and stuff. Like, I have a thought, but I don't know how I can properly describe it or talk about it in good detail. Good, my boy Asimov, 3D clean. Ooh. Look at our boy. Doesn't look good. Why is she here?
手短に話そう。空中庭園同様、航路連合も危機に瀕している。北極の氷河に大規模な亀裂と融解が発生し、そこから侵食体が大量に現れた。具体的な原因は現在調査中だ。その侵食体はおそらく何らかの理由で凍結されていた機械だ。奴らは自由を得てから各居住地を襲撃している。その中には北極航路連合が新たな首都にしようと計画している新ソフィアも含まれている。
Sophiasburg, that we've learned from Awakening Tundra. Is that city even finished yet? I remember that place.
記録で見たぞ。現地で調停役を担っていたそうだな。話を戻そう。新ソフィアの防衛戦の最中、ロゼッタは襲撃を受けて瀕死状態となった。彼女を救うため、極地の奴らはマルクトという機体に変えたんだ。だが、その機体はまだ開発途中で、最も基本的な調整すら終わっていなかった。そんな機体に変えたら、意識界が乱れるのは当然だ。航路連合から要請を受け、詳細に検査した結果、機体内に意識界に影響を与えるブラックボックスが存在することが分かった。
God, it feels so. It feels like a different game. Seeing a portion of the story being told through the Babylonia exploration stuff. It feels so different because we're all so used to the visual novel storytelling. What's inside it?
それはまだわからないが、機体の起動ロックであることは確実だ。特定の条件を満たすまで、マルクとは完全に起動しない。それがロゼッタが昏睡状態に陥った原因だ。
極地のことは上層部が。
Is there anything we can do?
命令を待っていればいい。
極地の問題はまだ解決していない。現地のリーダーであるロゼッタがずっとこのままというわけにもいかん。お前には意識回線行をしてもらう。内部から強制的にブラックボックスの起動ロックを解除し、ロゼッタを目覚めさせる。
I wonder if we'll see anything with involving the philo tree inside there, maybe. But then again, this is a prototype frame that didn't have any basic tune-ups, so might not be anything related to philo tree that has her in a coma. Obviously, Asimov said it, so won't that hurt her?
逆に昏睡が長引けば意識界に不可逆的な損傷を与える可能性がある。現状最善の方法だと言えるだろう。
Gotta get her out of there.
お前を呼んだのはリスク軽減のためでもある。意識界という領域においては今のところお前が最も優秀だからな。
What do I need to do?
ミネイルを探してこい。
Mina.
ロゼッタの同行者の一人だ。先行に必要な設備やプログラムは全てこちらで手配するが、局地機械によると肝心な機体識別コードはそいつが持っている。空中庭園の景色を見るためにどこかへ向かったと聞いた。人手が足りないからお前に任せたぞ。
Say less.
局地の同行者たちによると、ミネイルはかなり特徴的と一目でわかるだろう。
The moment you see him. Surely not because of the little waymark above his head.
空中庭園は本当に美しい。あの頃みんながこぞって訪れたのも無理はない。ところでこの空中庭園の主な文化は何かな？
Another mention of culture. Culture. Back to that one optional conversation with that female construct talking about civilization and their cultures. Oh, aren't you?
北
Okay.
極航路連合やアディレ、九流にもそれぞれ文化があるだろう。つまりここがどのような国なのかという話だ。
Hmm. It's probably multicultural. Like, it's all sorts of people from around the world here in Babylonia.
つまり事故もなく遺伝もなく決まった性質もないということかな。
I see.
それはあまりにも脆弱すぎるね。うん。確かにこの定義は人によって異なるね。だが、九流は連盟や共同体の類だけれど、実際に歩いていると国のように感じるだろう。極地で暮らす者として空中庭園には無限の幻想を抱いてしまうんだ。ここなら答えを見つけられるんじゃないかとね。
What kind of answers?
航路連合が覇者になれなかった理由さ。
Babylonia was never meant to be some dominant power. Babylonia stands for equality and coexistence.
Oh, 言葉の裏を読まれたかな。すまない。少し対抗心が出てしまった。単に勢力と勢力の問題ではない。人に異なるレッテルを貼れば、やがてレッテル同士の間に溝が生まれるものなのだよ。すべては彼らが受け継いだものが異なっていたからだ。そしてその違いが人々をそれぞれ別の場所へと導いていく。さっき空中庭園は覇者ではないと言ったね。私もそう思うからこそ答えを探しているのさ。航路連合の人間ではあるが、世界の視点から見れば空中庭園こそがその責任を担うべきだと私は思うがね。残念だ。ずいぶん話してしまったね。自己紹介が遅れたが、私は北極航路連合技術者のミネイルだ。君の名前を聞いても？
Pronounce it as like Mine. Explain the situation.
ああ、そういえばアシモフ殿に識別コードを伝えていなかったな。すまない。もうやれることはないと思ってここに来てしまったよ。今すぐ注意事項とともに送ろう。少し待ってくれ。
You don't seem very worried.
私は待つことしかできないからね。先行用の識別コードを端末に送ったよ。アシモフ殿によろしく伝えてくれ。
You're not coming with me?
私と他のバイオニックの入国に必要な追加の手続きをしなきゃだね。終わり次第向かうから、君は先に行くといい。ロゼッタのことを任せたよ。必ず彼女を目覚めさせてくれ。
Leave it to me. The ID code, time to report back to Asimov. Talk to him again.
私のことは気にしなくていい。アシモフ殿が提案する選考とやらに私が手伝えることはないからね。
Can you tell
ここで
me?
景色を眺めながら結果を待たせてもらうよ。
Can you tell me a bit about yourself?
生まれも育ちも極地のただの学者さ。マルクとの開発に携わっていたからか、今回の同行に選ばれてね。
You helped develop Malkuth.
それ以外には特に何もないよ。ああ、もしかしてマルクとのことを詳しく聞きたいのかな。すまないが、それに関しては我々独自の技術だ
Tech
からね。
belongs to us.
言いたいことはわかるだろ。
I see.
じゃあロゼッタとマルクとのことをよろしく頼むよ。
Tech belongs to us. Now, when you're saying us, do you mean Arctic Route Union or us as in your own personal little group? Hello, Greer and Commandant. I'll be guiding you through the deep dive. All the equipment and software have been set up exactly as Asimov requested. As soon as you have the ID code, you're good to go. Understood. Be there soon. And I only mentioned the whole the information or the construct tech belongs to us thing As he said earlier, he helped develop it. Interesting. So again, it makes me wonder, when he says us, does he mean the whole of Arctic Route Union? Or does it mean his own specific group? With a select few people. We're even coming out this way.
準備は整っているので、指揮官が識別コードを入力すれば先行可能です。
Or maybe I'm just reading too into it. Who knows? Where's Asimov? And how's Rosetta doing? Where's Asimov?
アシモフさんは重要な会議があるため離席しています。選考が終わり次第、結果を報告せよとのことです。
Understood.
意識会には何度も入っていると思いますが、新型装置での選考は初めてですね。念のため説明させていただきます。
New system.
この装置は最新の意識界障害に対処するために技術部が開発したものです。本来の意識界修復機能に加え、
Next gen
一定
mind
の攻撃
failures.
機能も備えています。
Combat functions. Let me get my power suit.
意識界の複雑な状況に対応できるよう、先行者の攻撃力強化を図り、
All
意識
thanks.
界内でファング X という武装システムを使用できるようになりました。
Oh.
ファング X についてご興味があれば後で資料をご覧ください。説明は以上となります。準備ができたら先行装置へ向かってください。私はここでサポートいたしますので。
Okay. Begin deep dive. After the ID code is entered, the screen outside the pod confirms all checks have been passed. Deep dive pod is ready to activate.
各チェック開始。バイタル正常、接続率正常。機械
Look at
識
these
別コードも
cutscenes.
問題なし。先行対象ロゼッタ。意識界のアンカーポイントを確認。先行開始。
Narwhal? Oh shit.
最初からトラブルなんてファンド X システム使用可能。
So it's just gonna be like, oh, okay. Hold on. Aim the button. Press the aim button to enter aiming mode. Press it again to exit. While aiming, press the fire button to launch a shell. Shell hits an enemy or terrain, triggers a large explosion. It's a little jank, but hey, if it works, it works. It's nice hearing Narwhal again. It says 1 for story. I thought the gameplay would be like the usual like first person POV as Commandant. This is different. After the successive battles, Rosetta's mind finally stabilized. The black box navigator mentioned earlier is now exposed on the snowfield. I do appreciate that Kuro is experimenting with stuff here. With gameplay.
それを解除すれば意識界が安定し、事前に設定しておいたプログラムも起動ロックを回避して作動し、機体をブラックボックスを解除したら、選考を終了してこちらに戻ってきてください。
Press 1 for story, but it's not really doing anything. Unlock. This power armor is pretty cool. Another cutscene. He's so pretty.
指揮官、どうして私の意識界にいるの？
He looks so gorgeous. Explain the sitch.
そんなことが。戦場では何が起きてもおかしくないのに、私が油断していたから。
What on earth happened?
氷河が突然割れて、そこから数えきれないほどの侵食体が這い出てきて、新ソフィアが襲撃された。私はすぐに戦闘員たちと防衛線を構築して、奴らを表現で阻止した。その戦闘中に侵食体の中から全身真っ黒の構造体が飛び出してみんなに攻撃を仕掛けてきて。
Jet Black Construct.
撤退するみんなを守るために公園に回ったらこのざまよ。
A construct working with the corrupted.
そう。でも昇格者ではなかった。
Not an ascendant.
そういえばさっき彼女ミネイルさんも空中庭園に来てるって言った。
Miss? Miss? Mina?
彼女は少し変わっているし、空中庭園を嫌っているから、まさかここまでついてくるとは思ってなかった。
That's already trouble. It's already trouble.
指揮官、
Oh no. We've got a fake Mina amongst us.
どういうこと？
Now exiting the deep dive. Not the real one. Took advantage of the chaos to slip away. Then what happened to the real Mina? Oh no. Oh god,
空
no.
中庭園なら絶対にできると思っていた。だが残念なことに真実に気づいたお前はここで死ぬことになる。
Oh,
指揮官、逃がさない。逃がさない。
son of a bitch. No.
警告。緊急事態発生。安全な場所に避難してください。こちら応急部隊。動ける者はすぐ近くの出入り口へ。負傷者はその場で伏せてください。
Signs of a fight. Take the elevator to catch up.
安全プロトコルを実行。30秒後にエリアを封鎖します。
Son of a
特
bitch.
殊アクセス権限を確認。エレベーターを起動。
You've been had. Rosetta!
この技、あなたあの時の構造体ね。
世界はまだ一つになっていない。空中庭園の宇宙を漂うあのような存在に過ぎない。そこの指揮官もよく聞け。私はソフィア第6代統治者、教皇ザルク。
Whoa.
次こそ必ずや過去の亡霊を率いてこの世界を統一する。
ごめんなさい。捕まえられなかった。
Don't sweat it. Glad you're right. What he said just now.
標高はかつてのソフィア統治者の称号だけど、ザルクなんて名前は初めて聞いた。
No, heard no one named
あ
Zach.
の男が極地で襲ってきた張本人、まさか同行者に紛れているなんて。
He seems to be gathering data on your frame. Something about her frame.
この機体技術はおじいちゃんの思考にあるけど、
Based on her grandfather's
航路連
blueprints?
合はまだ解読できていないし、彼は一体何の目的でこれを。
What did your grandfather know? That's a question.
いや、今はそんなことを考えてる場合じゃない。あの標高が言っていたように、氷河から復活した亡霊が極地を襲ってる。
Dude, she's so pretty. It's her eyes, honestly.
今は新ソフィアに戻らないといけない。指揮官、地球に戻るのを手伝ってくれる。
Leave it to me.
状況は分かった。お前とロゼッタはこっちに戻れ。ハセン議長からの伝言がある。
Again, something about her frame. And then based on her grandfather's blueprints? Her grandfather knew something.
事態は収束しました。慌てずお困りの際はお近くの警備員にお声掛けください。
And then Zach talking about unifying the world under one rule. Kind of goes back to the whole civilization thing. And how the cultures and ideals spread all around the world. But can change.
ごめんなさい。私がすぐにザルクを捕まえていれば。
Don't sweat it, Rosetta.
この先が会議室よね。
Will we get to see Hassan in 3D here?
まさか空中庭園がまた潜入されるとはな。二人とも無事か？
Ask about the deep dive site.
大混乱だ。同行していた局地機械たちは標高が去った今全て停止した。原因は調査中だ。
I'll shut down the moment he left.
アシモフ、お願いが。
それも議長から言われている。なぜ氷河から大量の侵食
Oh,
体
he's just
が
gonna
突如
deliver a
現れ
message.
たのかはわからないが、こっちもただ見ているわけにもいかん。軍部との緊急会議の結果、グレイレイブン指揮官を他の部隊と共に北極航路連合へ派遣することが決まった。
Other units? Oh, like Dark Ares and Lee?
バロメッツ小隊と臨時に編成された構造隊が今回の作戦に参加する。
Cool. Get to see no one again.
ありがとう。でも空中庭園にそんな人手が。
Oh, come on. We can handle it.
北極で昇格者からの信号を捉えたからな。
Oh. Ascendants. Would they be connected to the earlier crash?
今回の敵は見た目よりもずっと厄介な可能性がある。だからこそ軍部はお前を直接航路連合の支援に送る
Might
こと
not
に
be
した。
what they seem.
詳しい話は連絡員に聞いてくれ。俺たちはこの機体データを早急に分析しなければならん。何しろ標高もこのためにここへ潜入したんだからな。
Just to get access to her frame data. Whose blueprints were put together by her grandfather.
分かった。航路連合を代表して空中庭園に感謝を。行こう、指揮官。戦況に備えて出発前に準備を整えないと。
We're not using those egg suits again, right?
今の指揮官の装備は卵ロボよりもずっと強いから大丈夫。
おかえりなさい。仕事用端末に未処理タスクが
Mission
固められ
complete.
ています。
So that's it then? For Frostheart Shadow? It says B as if there's something in my inventory. Right, so that's it for Frostheart Shadow. So I guess now we can, I guess now would be the Journal of Promise, I guess. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Lone journey, only the dead ever know true peace. I'm just thinking about all that happened in the past hour now during that Babylonia quest. Alright. General Promise. Deep truck tracks cut through the snow. A researcher crouches over them, studying the marks with full concentration. He seems utterly absorbed, as if the tire marks opened the door to some hidden scientific wonderland, one he hopes will lead to a groundbreaking discovery worthy of shaking the academic world. Unfortunately, he'll never get that chance. A hole has been blown through the back of his skull, his brilliant mind reduced to a grim, blossoming red wound now exposed to the falling snow. The tire tracks he was so fascinated by don't stretch much farther. Only 10 meters ahead lies half a transport truck, overturned and completely burned out. The other half of the cargo bay is lodged inside an institute building with half its floors sheared away, giving the scene an unintentionally brutalist look. The air reeks of scorched fur, burnt leather, and the oily black smoke of half-incinerated flesh. No one escaped. Countless bodies lie frozen before the giant floor-to-ceiling windows. The flames twisted the bodies into unnatural shapes. Interlaced arms and legs make the half-collapsed institute building resemble a giant spider's nest. Everyone is dead. Inside a classified Arctic Route Institute several hours earlier.
機体の交換は順調に進んでいます。データ同期完了率は 97%。グレイレイブン指揮官、 そんなにじっと見守ってくださらなくても大丈夫ですよ。
I'm not entirely reassured.
お気持ちはわかります。しかしインブルリアの件が公になってからは、私たち北極航路の研究所は構造体技術の開発に関して慎重すぎるくらいに権限の確認と規定の遵守を。
You misunderstand. It's just that frame replacements haven't always gone smoothly for my team. Memories of Chrome, Liv, Vera, and the other constructs flash through your mind. You shake your head, trying to push those troubling moments aside.
私たちに偏見をお持ちでないなら何よりです。おっと、動機が完了しました。少しご協力いただけますか。本来ならこれで機体交換は完了なんですが、これは少し特殊な機体なんです。アジン型と人型の2形態を有するため、その調整と意識界のメンテナンスが必要になります。
指揮官、
Rosetta, how do you feel?
なんだか少し変な感じ。幻みたいな影がたくさん見えたような。
幻覚ですか。やはり新しい機体に交換した影響で意識界が乱れているようですね。指揮官はひとまず少しご休憩ください。ここの名物の極氷コールドブリューコーヒーをお持ちします。
Ooh,
意識界を安定させていただくのはその後で。
some cold brew. The researcher looks relaxed, almost cheerful, humming a tune as he heads toward the lab door like he's about to wrap up a routine project. He doesn't notice the cold draft forcing its way in through the door seams, which carries with it the faint metallic scent of blood. The door opens.
指揮官、
Uh-oh.
敵襲！
The moment the lab door opens, Rosetta lunges forward with her still unfamiliar frame tackling you to the ground. With a thunderous blast, the researcher who'd been talking about coffee a moment ago is blown apart across the spot where you had been standing. Rosetta, are you alright?
戦闘に支障はないわ。
Scan for enemy count and weapons.
すべて侵食体、少なくとも30、いや60、重火力武装。
Rosetta plants herself in the doorway, her halberd cutting through the swarm while she holds the tide back for you.
指揮官、私たちだけでは無理。近くの守備部隊に連絡できる。
Just hold a little longer. I'm trying to make contact. Nothing but static. This site is under heavy corrupted attack. Security forces are overwhelmed, requesting immediate backup.
とにかく太陽、そこら中に侵食体が。
Oh
あなた
no.
今どこに。
The call ends with a dull, wet, tearing sound. You can almost smell the blood through the receiver as it floods your senses. Blood fills the dying man's throat, choking off his voice. He has no idea where safety might be, but the urge to live drives him to tell you, on the other end of the terminal, what you must do next. It sounds like the receiver has fallen into corrupted hands. You have nothing to say to the creatures that can't even understand you. Before the cold metallic stench of blood seeps through the line, you cut the channel.
どう？やっぱり状況は悪い。
We need to evacuate. How are you holding up?
大丈夫。あなたを連れて撤退するくらい問題ない。
It's not just us. There are other survivors.
できる限りやってみる。で、どこなら撤退可能？
I don't know. Every area we've been able to contact is already under attack. Looks like we'll need to find somewhere else to escape to.
外に使えそうな輸送車がある。私が道を切り開くから、あなたは生存者を集めて。
Alright, be careful out there.
あなたも。
After confirming the plan with Rosetta, you sync your timing with hers. 3, 2, 1. You split and rush out into the chaos. Rosetta's high-energy halberd cuts through the corrupted as easily as melted snow. She unleashes her full power, carving out a safe circle around you. Even with Rosetta covering you, you still stumble through the raging horde. After dodging several attacks by a hair's breadth, you finally dive into the transport vehicle's driver's cabin. Get in! Anyone who can still move, get in the truck. Safe inside the driver's cabin, you push the heavy transport through the corrupted swarm, ramming anything in your way. Before it gives out, your improvised Noah's Ark manages to gather all its passengers and prepare for departure into the punishing storm. Rosetta, get in!
指揮官、車両側面、避けて。
The side mirror that should have shown you the blind spot was lost earlier during the collisions. Rosetta's shout jolts you, and you finally notice it, a swelling corrupted creature leaping at the truck from the side. Rosetta tries to intercept with her halberd, but her uncalibrated frame and unstable mind slow her for an instant. The corrupted creature lands on the truck, its eyes flickering with a terrifying red light before going still. The blast tears through the vehicle. The cargo bay is thrown onto the half-collapsed Institute building. Your would-be Noah's Ark is destroyed before it ever had a chance to escape, swallowed whole by the punishing wave. After the explosion, only flames remain, burning quietly across the snow. They whisper the planet's cruel truth. Only the dead ever know true peace. Snowfield's Arctic region. Man, I'm hearing some old OSTs.
爆発で転倒したことによる打撲と軽い火傷。つまり命に別状はないんだな。ならいつものことか。お前の豪運に今さら驚きはしない。状況は把握した。空中庭園は救援を急いでいる。だが。
You can hear hesitation in Asimov's voice on the other side of the line.
分かっていると思うが、極地で動かせる戦力は限られている。それと、ちょうど今、ニコラから連絡があった。
Through the crackling signal, the bad news reaches you. Communication between Babylonia and the Arctic region has completely broken down. At this moment, you're the only person in the entire Arctic region still in contact with Babylonia.
撤退ポイントのセーフハウスの位置と移動ルートをお前の端末に送信した。そこには予備の輸送機もあるから、お前たちは空中庭園に帰還できる。だが、
But what? What's the problem?
極地で強力な信号干渉が発生している。その範囲は急速に拡大中で、お前のいる場所もじきに飲み込まれるだろう。地上部隊とも連絡不能。この通信も15分後には遮断される。
Oh boy. When will communications come back?
長くはかからないはずだが、正確な時間は不明だ。つまり、お前たちがセーフハウスに移動している間の支援ができない。頼れるのは、お前自身とロゼッタだけだ。他に質問は？
Rosetta, she...
お前からの報告で状況は把握している。新機体へ変更直後に意識界が不安定になったまま戦闘に突入し負傷。さらに輸送車の爆発時にお前をかばって衝撃を受けた。他に補足は？
No.
ロゼッタは近くにいるか？状態を確認したい。通信途絶まであと数分ある。ロゼッタに代わってくれ。
Rosetta looks out across the barren snowfields. Endless white stretches toward the horizon, swallowed by the frozen night. Above you, bright celestial bodies move in absolute silence, as if quietly directing the fate of every living thing and the turning of generations. The moon hangs high over the polar night. The air is unusually calm for these Arctic snowfields, but for two people on the run, this calm is anything but comforting. Moonlight, bright as false daylight, spills across the snow. Its reflection exposes your silhouettes as if nature itself were shining a spotlight on you. Only your tired, heavy footsteps and uneven breaths break the silence. Under the bright moon, only the cold wind continues to howl.
この音は
What's the problem?
指揮官、聞こえないこの音。
It's quiet. What did you hear?
いや、聞こえたはず。
Rosetta, hey.
指揮官、こっちついてきて。
Rosetta, where are you going? What did you hear?
これは波の音？
Rosetta is certain she heard a call that shouldn't exist in this place. The surge of emotion, like reuniting with something long lost, becomes the strength that carries her injured body. Stumbling forward, she forces herself over a massive snow ridge. Exhaustion, soreness, and every discomfort are amplified by her injuries and cling to her damaged and new frame. When she finally pauses, the strain overwhelms her and her vision goes dark. When her sight returns, she finds herself facing a landscape completely unlike the endless snowfields. The snowfields end abruptly here. Brown-green tundra and bare stone take over the land, with scattered patches of snow stubbornly clinging on as if insisting they once ruled this place. In the distance, the cold bay looks almost like welcoming arms. A small settlement lines the shore, a few warm lights glowing. The waves sound lively, as if greeting someone who has been gone a very long time.
小屋あれはおじいちゃんの小屋おじいちゃんの小屋がどうしてここにどうしてここに町が
それはここが死者の国だからだロゼッタわしに会いに来てくれたのか
A voice that should never be heard again suddenly sounds beside Rosetta's ear, aged, familiar, trembling with emotion. Every word feels like it rises straight out of her memories. A simple wooden cabin opens its arms to her, warm light spilling out like a soft carpet, welcoming her home. Puff stands in the doorway, looking exactly as he did in her distant memories.
おじいちゃん
大きくなったなロゼッタもう立派な大人だ
Inside the cabin, the hunched old man looks up at Rosetta, now taller than he is. His broad, rough hand brushes over the mechanical parts exposed on her frame, his eyes filled with pride and sorrow.
辛いことも苦しいことも多かったんだろうな
おじいちゃん心配しないで自分のことも周りの人のこともできるだけ守ってきた今は弱った時に支えてくれる人もいる
そうかならよかったわしもその人に会ってみたいもんだ
指揮官も近くにいるおじいちゃん待っててすぐ呼んでくるから
いいんだロゼッタ
どうしておじいちゃんにも指揮官に会ってもらいたい
ここは死者の国だ
Puff repeats the word with gravity, and Rosetta finally has to face the truth she has always known deep inside. What separated her from her grandpa was never distance, nor any power or organization, but the one rule the universe never breaks: death.
死者ここにいる人はみんな死んでるってこと
Rosetta stares at the quiet village by the bay, shocked. She struggles to accept that behind every warm window here might be someone who died long ago.
じゃあ私も死んだの
ロゼッタそうじゃないここは過去の世界だわしとお前が一緒に生きてきた世界必死に働きもがき生き抜いていた世界だそしてお前はまだそこに生きているそれはわしにとっての一番の幸せだ
The old man looks at Rosetta with gentle eyes and says nothing more. As the sun rises over the horizon, Puff taps her shoulder lightly, urging her to look out the window. As if responding to her gaze, the small village begins to wake. Familiar and unfamiliar faces step outside carrying the tools of their daily labor. On this planet, people always rise again, reclaiming clarity from their dreams day after day.
見てごらんもうみんな新しい一日を始めているわしらも行かないとな
The old man turns, takes the familiar hunting bow from the wall, and hands it to Rosetta.
狩りに出ようロゼッタまだわしが教えたやり方を覚えているか
Rosetta takes the bow. The same one that once seemed oversized in her childhood hands now fits her perfectly.
まずは獲物を探す。
この季節なら鹿がちょうどいいだろ
おじいちゃん、どっちに行けばいい？
う。鹿の気配を感じるんだ。少し勘が鈍ったようだな、ロゼッタ。
A little embarrassed, Rosetta follows behind her grandpa, heading toward the distant forest.
足跡。でも鹿じゃない。少し先を見てくる。
落ち着いて音を立てるんじゃないぞ。ロゼッタ、わしらは鹿を狙うんだ。鹿より速く走る必要なんぞない。
おじいちゃん、今の私なら鹿より速く走れる。
Their light banter is cut short by the sharp snap of a bowstring. An arrow whistles through the forest from somewhere unseen. A strong, unusually colored reindeer bursts out from the woods, spotting the two uninvited visitors. Rosetta locks eyes with the deer, and a strange sense of familiarity hits her.
Rosetta!
A shout snaps her back. Rosetta quickly draws her bow, but she's a heartbeat too slow. The string twangs and the arrow flies, but the startled deer is already gone. Her full-powered shot disappears into the trees. She really has gotten rusty.
Rosetta, なぜためらった？
しくじった。追いかけなくちゃ。
Frustrated by her mistake, Rosetta seems not to hear a word Puff says. She slings the bow over her shoulder again, ready to sprint after the deer using her construct speed.
Rosetta, 何が見える？
A hand grabs her just as she's about to dash forward. Rosetta, what did you see? You hold Rosetta back before she can force her injured body into a full sprint across the frostbitten wasteland. The cold moon hangs high over the polar night. White snow and ice still rule this lifeless land. Rosetta looks at your worried face, then back toward where she thought the forest was. The endless white snow reflects a sharp light that sends a stabbing ache through her visual sensors. Are you alright? Who were you just talking to just now? Who were you talking to just now?
わからない。でも、私おじいちゃんに会ったような気が。
Was it a hallucination?
わからない。
Probably your mind acting up. You hand her the terminal worry written across your face. The call is still connected. Asimov wants to speak with you. He needs an update on your frame. You should tell him about the hallucinations too. Rosetta takes the terminal from your hand. Asimov's calm, authoritative voice comes through on the other end. A moment later, the channel breaks into static. Just as Asimov warned, the interference finally catches up to you, cutting off your last line of communication.
アシモフは5日以内に撤退ポイントのセーフハウスに到着しろって言ってた。
You pause. Asimov never said that when he was talking to you earlier.
指揮官、セーフハウスの座標を再確認する。間違いない。
Did Asimov tell you anything about your condition?
無理な戦闘をしなければ問題ないって。大丈夫。
And the hallucinations?
大丈夫。あなたがいるから。あなたが私を呼び覚ましてくれる。
I will. You both give each other a final check, making sure all your gear is still secure. Alright, the route's confirmed. Let's move.
出発。
Your footsteps whisper across the empty snowfields. The moon hanging over the polar night stands witness to the long, lonely journey the two of you are about to face. It feels kind of weird, this placement of Journal of Promise, mainly because of how it starts. It feels like this Journal of Promise doesn't take place before the main chapter, nor does it take place after it. It feels like it's its own thing. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Because at the very start, they talk about her being in the new frame and all that stuff, right? Kind of weird. It feels a little weird. I'm only going through this before the main chapter story because again, I'm just basing it off of the character story tab here. Because it puts her journal of promise before chapter 39. And the same thing was done for Selena Pianissimo, and you do have to play her journal of promise first before the main chapter. So it's really, really weird. It feels really weird. Whereas with characters like Verriger Raver, her journal of promise came after Spark to Wildfire, which makes sense. The same thing with Veronica. So it feels just really odd how it's being, how this journal of promise is like starting off. It was really weird. I'll continue it though. I'll continue it. But again, it feels like it's just off on it in its own thing. And it doesn't feel like it's... It doesn't feel like going through the... It doesn't feel like it's flowing well enough. Like I said, it seems like it's its own thing. Just from the first part of this. Especially when just earlier on the Babylonia quest, we were gonna head down to Arctic Route Union to go after Zack, and now it just feels like we're not doing that with this. So that makes it feel like this should go after the main story chapter. But the beginning part of this makes it sound like it should go before it, because this is her in her new frame. And it sounds like she just got transferred into it. It's kind of weird. So if this journal of promise is supposed to be read after the main story chapter, then I have to wonder why they put her journal of promise before the main chapter in this menu. Because they did the same thing for Selena, and that one makes sense. Because in Selena's journal of promise, it tells you how she got into the pianissimo frame. So this feels really weird. I hope I'm not making a mistake going through this JOP first. I hope not, because it feels so weird. I think I'll keep reading. I'll keep going through it though. I mean, I started. I might as well keep going, right? Or at least finish this journal of promise. And then when I get to the main story, then I'll know whether or not this journal of promise goes before or after it. All right, let's continue. Chapter 2, Final Whispers. The dead hold power over us through the one experience the living can never have, death.
お前の状態は俺が予想していたよりかなり悪い。指揮官は知っているのか？
知らないはず。
だろうな。構造体の専門家じゃないんだ。それにお前もわざわざ言わないだろうしな。
それで？
ロゼッタ、手短に言う。機体の損傷具合はお前自身が一番よくわかっているはずだ。現在、その機体の出力は定時の 40% 程度しか発揮できない。道中戦闘は極力避けろ。何より深刻なのはお前の意識界の問題だ。指揮官が意識界の安定化を試してこれか。
何度も試したけど改善はしなかった。
Many times. See, now I'm starting to think this does go after the main story chapter. But that's so weird that they would put it before the main story chapter in the character story. That's so weird. That just makes it so confusing now.
人型とアジン型を切り替えられる特殊な設計を採用している。変形時の意識界安定には機体起動時の初期状態を強固に固定しておく必要があったんだが。
結論を言って。
分かった。はっきり言うと 進機体は初回起動時に不可欠な意識機械の初期化メンテナンスを完了していない。そのためお前と指揮官が空中庭園に戻ってメンテナンスを行うまでは指揮官を通じて意識機械を安定させることができない。現在の意識機械の偏差と損傷はメンテナンスを受けるまで悪化の一途をたどるだろう。機体制御に直接的な支障をきたす可能性が極めて高い。
最悪の場合は
休眠モードへの強制移行だ。昏睡状態に陥るとも言うな。
Every second of this call is precious. In just a few minutes, the interference blanketing the Arctic could cut the line. Even so, Rosetta falls silent.
あとどのくらいなら持つ？
受信できたデータから判断するにおよそ5日だ。空中庭園に帰還できさえすれば適用する調整設備がある。全ての損傷は修復可能だ。ただそのためには
行動不能になる前に撤退ポイントへ到達しなければならない。
そうだロゼッタ、過酷な旅になる。覚悟しておけ。お前と指揮官の幸運を祈る。
His final word dissolves into static. The line snaps completely, cutting the last thread that connected you to Babylonia. Now the two of you stand alone on this silent, frozen world. Snowfields, Arctic region, day 2 of your trek. Compared to yesterday's calm and clear weather, today is harsher. You're both grateful you managed to cover so much distance while the sky was still kind. According to the forecast, we may run into a blizzard in the final day or two. Rosetta walks ahead of you, saying nothing. Her silence gives away the thoughts she's trying to sort through.
指揮官、人は死んだらどこへ行くと思う？
Why ask that all of a sudden? Still thinking about what you saw earlier. Your grandpa? Rosetta turns back to you. You've never seen her eyes hold so much confusion and sorrow.
そう。本当に死者の国なんて存在すると思う？
If you're imagining something like the underworld from mythology, then no, I don't think such a place exists. Or maybe something exists, but not the kind you're picturing, Rosetta. There's disappointment hidden in her silence. But
でも
the planet itself is the realm of the departed your grandpa spoke of. Rosetta stays silent, following behind you, chewing on your words. Every life on this planet is born here, dies here, and eventually becomes part of the world's very foundation. The wind begins to pick up, sweeping fine snow into the air. The horizon starts to blur as the ground and sky blend together. This entire world is built on those who came before us. You walk ahead of Rosetta through the rising snow, clearing both the path before you and the doubts clouding her mind. When we, the living, have finished enjoying or enduring this world built by the departed,
享受するか耐える？指揮官はこの世界に希望を持てていない人もいる。そう言いたいの？
you push forward against the wind and snow. At the top of a snow ridge, you extend your hand back toward her. Yes, and after that, we leave this world to those who are still here, still fighting to survive.
じゃあ私たちは？
We turn away, quietly stepping into the realm of those who came before us. We become part of the world again, remaining here as one more thread in the fabric of this planet. In the swirling snow, Rosetta stands beside you at the ridge you helped her climb, taking in everything you just said.
つまり私たちはみんな死にゆくものということ？
Yes. Departing is something that is always happening, even now.
私たちは今まさに死に向かっている最中？
Yes. Which is why, before we turn to join them, Rosetta, you gently wipe away the frozen snow clinging to her cheek. What we must do is try our best to leave something behind in this world. Something for those who come after us, the next generation of the living. You stop walking, remove your heavy gloves, and scoop up a handful of pristine snow. The moment your skin meets the ice, a raw exchange of heat begins. Rosetta watches as the fine snow melts quickly in your palm, leaving the warm skin beneath flushed red from the cold.
なら、おじいちゃんは
She seems to realize something and looks to you for confirmation. You only meet her gaze gently, offering neither a nod nor a shake of the head. Rosetta remembers clearly how her grandpa's soul slipped away with his body's warmth as she held him, while she desperately searched for serum to resist the punishing virus. Yet even the punishing virus spares the dead. Death is not a disease. It cannot be cured. Believe this. Your grandpa has always remained in the same world as us. Rosetta doesn't look at how painfully red your outstretched hand has become. She simply takes it in hers, passing her warmth into your cold fingers.
信じる
Regaining clarity for a moment, Rosetta finally notices the worsening weather. The snow is now far too heavy to travel safely.
吹雪が強くなってきた
We should find some shelter. Fortunately, a wind-sheltered cave lies hidden beneath a nearby snowbank, like a silent guide. Like a silent guide, it casts a faint, clever glimmer toward you through the polar night. Standing at the entrance, you shake off the snow clinging to you and step carefully into the cave. It doesn't seem very deep, but it's enough to block the wind.
真っ暗
We'll have light once we get a fire going.
火を灯せば明るくなる。
A faint glow rises in a pitch-black forest. An old man with a torch walks beside Rosetta through the quiet woods. Animals startled by the firelight scatter in all directions, but neither of them pays it any mind. They head toward the traps they had set earlier. A seasoned hunter never depends solely on guns or bows. Days ago, Puff and Rosetta had already planted these traps throughout the forest. And now the harvest time has come. Even before reaching the third trap, they can already hear the pained cries of the wounded prey. A dying deer lies within the pit, its eyes reflecting the grandpa and granddaughter studying their catch. Rosetta recognizes the fear and despair she once knew all too well.
ロゼッタ、お前に任せる。
Rosetta jumps into the pit and quickly finds the point on the deer's neck that will end its suffering the fastest. As the blade sinks into its flesh, the deer lets out its final cry.
おじいちゃん私またお祈りを忘れちゃった
いや、必要ない。ロゼッタ、今のお前はもう立派な戦士だ。わしよりも多くの生と死に向き合ってきた。お前、
生と
I
死
thought he
の
was done.
重み
The old hunter dresses the animal with practiced skill. Fresh death sends streams of fading warmth into the frigid frost air.
お前はとっくに人の死との向き合い方も知っている。そうだろう。わしの死も含めてな。
ごめんなさいおじいちゃんごめんなさい私のせいでおじいちゃんは
何を言うんだ。バカな子だな。
He hands the torch to Rosetta, then turns and steps back into the darkness they came from.
謝らなければならないのはわしの方だ。かわいい子よ。
The firelight can't reach his face, it only outlines the stooped silhouette of the old man carrying his prey. Rosetta knows he will never grow older nor younger again. He remains frozen at the age of his death.
お前に話してやれなかったことを悔やんでいたんだ。お前の両親のことを。
Oh.
私の両親
もうずいぶん昔のことだ。あの時わしは自ら武装部隊を辞した。
Puff seems to have forgotten that Rosetta is no longer a child. She senses the anger buried in his voice, a fury that has lingered so long it clings to him even after death.
それはマスターユニットの研究計画のこと
Amalgamator Project.
わしはあの非人道的な実験計画を受け入れることができず、 早々に計画を抜け、血にまみれたあの場所を去った。お前の両親はあそこの研究員だった。
二人ともインブルリアの改造に関わってたの？
そうだ。だがインブルリアの暴走を目の当たりにした二人は両親の呵責に苛まれた。そして一部の技術データを持ち出して逃亡を図ったんだ。当然ながら。
The old man stops and turns. In the torchlight, Rosetta sees a reflection in his eyes.
お前も一緒だったんだ、我が子よ。技術の奪取、そして情報漏洩の阻止。北極航路連合は関係する研究者たちを捕らえ、処分に乗り出した。お前の両親は私を見つけ出し、お前を託した。それが彼らなりの贖罪だったんだ。
Sounds like Kryl and her parents' story from Final Fantasy XIV.
それから二人はどこへ？おじいちゃん、その後も二人とは会っていたの？
わしにお前を預けた時、二人は逃亡の最中だった。わしとお前を巻き込まないために、二人は反対方向へ逃げて追っ手を引きつけた。それきり会うことはなかった。後日、雪深い森の中で血に染まった彼らの衣服を見つけた。おそらくは。
There's no need to explain further. Rosetta understands now. Parents whom she never had the chance to meet made their final choice to protect her.
彼らの衣服を埋めた墓の前で誓ったんだ。お前が立派に育つまでわしが守り抜くと。それが彼らへの約束だった。二人の死がわしを変えた。
They seem to be nearing the end of the forest. Rosetta glimpses faint threads of light ahead through the darkness.
そしてわしの死がお前を変えたのだな、ロゼッタ。
Death. What is it like? Only the dead truly know. But they can't tell anyone their thoughts or feelings, for their consciousness vanishes the instant death takes hold. The living, however, can only imagine. They imagine the regrets the dead left behind. Imagine the hopes they never fulfilled. Imagine their own guilt. Imagine that the dead linger in the world as some spiritual echo. And so the living reshape themselves through their imagined versions of the dead.
ロゼッタ、わかるか？これこそがわしの罪悪感なんだ。
His voice is low, weighed down by helpless sorrow. He never turns around, and just as she can only imagine the moment of his death, Rosetta can only picture the emptiness in the expression she can't see.
死者は生者が決して経験し得ない死によって生者を縛っている。
They step out of the forest's dark curtain. Dawn's piercing light clashes jarringly with the name of the realm of the departed. Rosetta suddenly remembers the true name of this land. Mortal World. The radiant sun has already risen above the horizon, its long absent light consuming her completely. Too bright, isn't it? In the dim cave, the tactical flashlight is far too harsh. Seeing Rosetta shield her eyes, you fumble to switch off the device you rarely use.
死者は生者が決して経験し得ない死によって生者を縛っている。
What did you say? You don't quite catch her quiet whisper while putting the flashlight away.
おじいちゃんが私に謝ってた。
Was it another hallucination? The realm of the departed?
そう、おじいちゃんが言ってた。
Rosetta repeats Puff's words from her vision. The flashlight's glare fades, and only the faint flickering campfire remains, its damp wood crackling softly as it struggles to burn. It's just one way of interpreting memory, Rosetta.
記憶の捉え方?
After witnessing so many deaths, it becomes hard to tell which thoughts are your own and which ones carry the expectations of the departed.
それって、指揮官も犠牲になった戦友たちに対してそうなの?
Not exactly. Many were just people I crossed paths with once. If they share anything in common, it's that I recorded each of their deaths.
じゃあ、指揮官も死者に縛られている?
Maybe. I will be. Maybe. But these are values we choose for ourselves.
そういう状況は私たちが自ら選び、背負い、引き受けることを選択したってこと。
Grandpa didn't need to feel guilty about it. Rosetta, do you know?
何を?
In this era, we've let science conquer us for far too long.
指揮官が科学と私たちの関係を支配と表現するなんて。
Science stripped death of its mystery. And we still search for spiritual resting places for the dead. That's simply because we cannot bear to let go. The departed we keep in picture frames remain beside us forever, frozen in a single moment.
永遠にそばにいるというのは少し大げさな気がするかも。
It is the departed showing us kindness. They give us all the time in the world to say goodbye. You take the terminal back from her hands. Rosetta sinks into thought again while you stir the fire, coaxing the weak flames to burn brighter. I'm heading outside to check the weather. If the snow has eased up, we need to move before the blizzard hits.
わかった。しっかりと防寒対策をして気をつけて。
Once fully equipped, you step out of the cave. The snow has let up drastically, giving you a rare window to move forward. But something is wrong. Out in the empty snowfields, you see lights that never should appear here. Enemy indicator lights, the same kind the hostile mechanoids at the Institute used. The lights are dim yet painfully obvious in the pitch-black polar night. You watch them creep slowly across the snow. Rosetta, we've got company. Someone's trailing us. You pull back into the cave after confirming the pursuit, ready to discuss your next move with Rosetta.
研究所を襲った機械体だと断定できる。
They're too far. Can't be sure from here.
私が片付けてくる。
They're still a ways off. We have time to prepare before acting.
指揮官、何か策があるの?
We don't know their numbers and your frame isn't in good shape. Charging in now is too dangerous. My suggestion is to stay hidden. We adjust our route, take a detour from here, and lose them without fighting. You pull up the planned evacuation route on your terminal and sketch a more winding alternative beside it. What do you think?
もしあなたが敵の指揮官だったら、追撃部隊を編成するのにたった1部隊だけを派遣する。
No, I think I understand what you mean.
1部隊でも追っ手を確認したのなら、複数の別部隊もいる可能性が高い。迂回すれば確認済みの部隊は負けるかもしれないけど、であれば、いっそのこと。
Rosetta raises her hand and forms a silent gesture one she learned from Puff long ago. A hunter's sign for ambush.
待ち伏せて、すべて漏らさず殲滅する。
Wait, Rosetta. There's a flaw in that plan. You notice a small oversight in Rosetta's strategy. We can't prepare as if we're going to wipe them out. We need to assess their condition first.
観察し、待ち、 環境を利用して優位を作る。いい判断だ、ロゼッタ。
おじいちゃん、これでユキたちを捕まえられるの？
手順はまあ正しい。だが一つ忘れている。常に退路を用意するんだ。もし誘われてきたのがユキたちじゃなく凶暴な獣だったらどうするか。
凶暴な獣？
力の差が歴然だと判断したら、たとえ目の前の獲物を諦めてでも無茶な攻撃を仕掛けてはならない。自らを危険にさらすな。これが狩りの大前提だ。決して獲物と自分の立場を入れ替わらせてはならない。
立場を入れ替わらせる。
勝てないと判断したら狩りを放棄してでもまず身を守るんだ。
There are too many pursuers. We change priorities. We gather intel and learn their patterns.
だがもし獲物が弱っていて警戒を解いているのならためらいはいらない。
So if only a small group comes after us, we finish them before we even realize what's happening.
わしらはもう餌をまいてある。奴らはそれに釣られて罠にはまるはずだ。
We still have time. Draw them closer. Let the tramps weaken them first.
ぼんやりするな、ロゼッタ。わしが今言ったことを覚えたか。
And that's the plan. Rosetta, did you get all that?
覚えた。
Okay. I'm gonna stop. Continue. I'm gonna stop with the general promise here. The more I'm reading this, the more I'm going through this, the more I realize this does go after the main story quest. Which again is really weird because why would they put it before it? Like right here. It's so fucking weird to me. Because I was just basing it off on this. And maybe someone's thinking, oh, you shouldn't base it off on the character story menu here. But it's like, the thing is, they did the same thing for Pianissimo. And it flowed proper. Like, it made sense to read JOP first for Selena and then the main story chapter. So I figured it was the same case for Rosetta. But now, like, going through it, it doesn't feel like that is actually the case. Well, that's really freaking weird. Like, it's really, really weird that they would make it like this. So like, that completely messed it up. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm gonna stop the general promise for Rosetta here. I'm gonna stop reading it, and I'm just gonna go straight into chapter 39 here. And then when I'm done with 39, I'll reread. I'll go through Journal of Promise again, but I'll like go from the beginning this time. That's what I'll do. And for this stream, I think what I'll do is like I will edit. I might like edit out the past 40, 45, 50 minutes of me going through JOP. That way you can go from the Babylonian quest and then straight into chapter 39. And then the General Promise could be its own separate thing at a later date. So again, this was really fucking weird. It's just really weird that they placed it like this. Because it made me think the Journal of Promise should be read before the main story chapter. That's what got me really confused. So, but yeah, I will just start reading the main chapter here. All right, just do that here. Again, I'll edit out the I'll use like YouTube Creator Studio or whatever to edit it out. I'm gonna have to change the title and the I have to change the title and the thumbnail too. Fix that. Let me see here. Let me fix this. Alright. Just do this. Alright. Kona, I didn't think we'd find ourselves here. The Frostheart Emperor's forces have left the city. According to the tactical map, they're closing in on us. As much as I want to be in that battle right now, we simply aren't close enough yet. Right now, Tatiana's unit is holding the front line. She's a great warrior, and her unit consists of brave Arctic people. As you can see, each unit has 2 base stats. First, unit strength, which is a unit's overall battle power. Second, unit durability, which is a unit's health. If it hits 0, unit is forced to retreat. See the blue under Tatiana's unit. That means she's operating within our controlled territory. Red zones, on the other hand, are enemy held. This war will be decided by how much ground we can seize and hold. Additionally, this is our enemy's defense points if our strength surpasses theirs, and our units are positioned on adjacent territories. We can launch an attack, defeat them, and the territory is ours. We've made contact with Tatiana. Now's the time to strike. To attack, simply drag our units forward into enemy territory and engage. Here you can preview the projected outcome of the battle. In this chapter, we need to have our forces eliminate specific enemy units to unlock new stages. Keep pushing the offensive until they're clear. Word of caution, Commandant. Combat incurs losses. The enemy's strength directly correlates to our casualties. Besides the units you're commanding directly, all our allied forces are marked on the map. You can check their status at any time. The stage entrance is now unlocked. You may tap to proceed. Completing stages will advance the story. Okay. Really quickly, let me just... something here. Let me just change something. Okay. Alright. Yeah, it's really weird that they put the general promise before the main story chapter, because it really does feel like it's supposed to go after. Alright. First encounter, join the battle when you're ready. It's got 2 achievements, which, by the way, I should open the story achievements list so I can follow it and get those achievements. So basically, alright, the first secret achievement appears on -5, so node 5. Alright. Deploy. Check your ammo and gear. Sound off. Keep the communication line open. The constructs move through the cabin in a flurry of combat preparations, each footfall tightening the air with tension. Alright, let's begin the mission briefing. Isabeni, are you receiving me? Loud and clear. Yeah, what's the situation? 20 days ago, a massive ice shelf in the Arctic region collapsed. A preliminary analysis points to the red tide flowing into the ocean, which disrupted thermal current and set off a chain reaction. The resulting fissures are tens of kilometers deep. Multiple coastal ports have been completely destroyed, displacing tens of thousands of civilians in the area. The world government is currently leading evacuation and relief efforts. But this disaster has also revealed an enemy we never expected. Sophiasburg, the former capital of the Arctic Route Union. The former capital? Sophiasburg. Right. As you've dealt with them before, you'll recall the Union was once a coalition of powers similar to Kowloon. Sophiasburg was its most powerful urban center. It went completely dark during a catastrophic punishing virus attack years ago. It seems now it wasn't destroyed. It was entombed beneath the ice this whole time. As the ice recedes, Sophiasburg is re-emerging, along with the corrupted trapped inside. More worryingly, we've detected energy signatures consistent with an ascendant-level threat. After careful consideration, Babylonia will honor our agreements by deploying roughly a regiment to the Arctic region as reinforcements. Given your experience in polar operations, you'll be among them, Usmani. Your orders are as follows. Link up with our advanced units and the Union forces, neutralize the corrupted threat, and ensure the safety of the Union civilians. We're relying on you, Usmani. Understood. Let me take over from here. Rosetta emerges from the rear of the cabin, a hint of weariness in her eyes. So this is the frame codenamed Malkuth. Gone is her elementary rigger frame. Its replacement is a predominantly white model, armored with substantial plating. The equipment mounted on her back completes a distinctly fully armed appearance. Rosetta, is your new frame fully calibrated? I've completed basic diagnostics. The logistics team advised that for safety I remain by Usabeni's side. The consciousness connection should help stabilize my mind. I just reviewed the report on your new frame. If Usabeni hadn't performed that deep dive back at Babylonia, you'd likely still be unconscious from mind instability. Yes, another blackout on my part would compromise the operation. That's why I'd like Usabeni to accompany me in the upcoming engagements. That shouldn't be a problem. You each represent Babylonia and the Union in this operation. Working together will help ensure cohesion between our forces. Commandant, are you alright with this arrangement? It's the most sensible option. I just hope you're not pushing yourself too hard. This isn't a situation where I can stand down. And if I stay by your side, I know my luck will hold. And we will secure victory in this war. Everyone, we're about to enter the combat zone. As planned, we'll exfil immediately after reaching the designated airspace. As for us, we'll deploy via airdrop and join the engagement below. That's quite a bold maneuver for your new frame. The corrupted in this area have limited anti-air capability. Commandant and I intend to rendezvous with our allies swiftly before proceeding to the next phase. 3 minutes to the drop zone. All combat personnel to the bay doors and prepare for deployment. Let's move, Rosetta. I wonder what's waiting for us down there. Yes. Commandant, land right after me. It will help reduce the impact on you. Depressurization complete. Bay doors opening. 3, 2, 1. Open the bay doors. At the pilot's command, the bay doors slide open, emitting a fierce gust of wind and snow that whips against their armor. In perfect formation, the constructs leap one by one from the aircraft. It's our turn, Commandant. Let's go. Rosetta acknowledges your words with a nod. Gripping her weapon, she strides to the center of the bay doors. There, she closes her eyes and draws a deep breath, her frame responding with a soft internal glow. It is a final calibration that distributes power to all systems, ensuring she is combat ready the instant she lands. Seconds later, her eyes snap open. The thrusters on her back flare to life with a faint hum as she steps decisively into the void. Rosetta, moving out. Cool.
もう防御も限界だ。支援はまだか。
もう少し持ちこたえてくれ。今着陸の指令を受けた。
着陸プログラム起動。作戦準備を。着陸地点に侵食隊が待ち伏せ中。だったら一気に仕留めるまで。
I've not played her, so I don't know what she does. Oh, whoa, what the hell? Oh, it's kind of like... I should have done... Oh, man. I should have done her trial first. Fuck. I don't know what she does. Lee. Lee's already here. What's this?
急いで合流しよう指揮官。
敵が表層を突破。リーがいる C3 エリアが攻撃を受けています。 C3 エリア解析中。
迎撃態勢に入ります。総員ここを守り抜きましょう。
この先だ。
大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。二人ともいいタイミングで来てくれましたね。
問題ない。先生も切り裂く。
指揮官がタイミングよく支援に来てくれたおかげですね。僕だけではキャンプと負傷者を守りきれませんでした。
Good work, Hyperreal team, and everyone in the C3 area. Online is on the verge of collapse. Gather intel quickly, rethink your strategy.
あれが旧ソフィア市氷河から現れた亡霊。
Start comms.
やっと繋がった。皆さん、今のうちに交代した方がいいです。
それなら交代と同時に表面を爆破しよう。地面がなければ追いたくても追えないはず。
ですが、爆破は我々だけでは。
あらかじめ爆破装置を仕掛けるように指示しておきました。でも爆破させる前に先に認証を起動させないと。
私がやる。機動性を生かして次々に装置を起動するから。
僕の狙撃で連鎖的に爆発させるんですね。
装置に近づいて直接起動してください。
私が先陣を切る。この躯体の力を思い知らせてやる。
Amberia, Dulova?
あれはインブルリア。先生も切り裂く。
That is not Amberia.
遅い。受け止められる？
Huh, Dulova.
連合にはこんな若造がいるのか。
Ushen.
ドゥロは下がっておれ。私が彼女を相手してやろう。
遅い。受け止められる？問題ない。
小細工はさせないわ。
Detonate immediately.
一瞬で決めよ
う。外しませんよ。
Nicely. Won't miss. Use hyperreal snipe on Fushen. Full power
すべ
strike.
て起動したわ。爆破開始。
A thunderous crash erupts as the ice shatters under Rosetta's blow. In its wake, a cold flash sweeps outward and a massive crevasse splits the ground, carving a deadly divide between the two sides. Dozens of corrupted, unable to retreat in time, plunge through the cracked ice into the black water below, their thrashing limbs churning the freezing depths, hurling geysers of spray into the howling blizzard and escalating the battlefield's chaos. Everyone fall back to the base immediately. Scout units only will remain here to stand guard. Move, now. Yes, get the wounded to safety while we can. Moving! Commandant, time for us to pull back too. Yeah, let's go. I'm worried about the people we're leaving behind. This fissure will slow the enemy down and Babylonia's constructs will hold the line here. You can trust them to handle it. Well done. Just what I'd expect from the subjects of my Arctic Route Union. The words are still hanging in the air when a familiar voice sounds from behind you. Who's there? It's been a while, Smitty. Across the river of ice, 4 figures stand silhouetted against the snow of the distant peak. Leading them is the individual who once confronted you in Babylonia, masquerading as Mina. Zack, the Frostheart Emperor. So he's the one who infiltrated Babylonia. What are they doing here? The Arctic Route Union soldiers freeze in their tracks, hands tightening nervously on their weapons. Their brief moment of respite shatters with the sudden appearance of unknown enemies. Be at ease. There is no need to fear. People of the Arctic, I am Zack, the 6th Frostheart Emperor, heir to the royal bloodline of Sophiasburg. If you still hold reverence for the crown and recognize Sophiasburg as your capital, then kneel and pledge your loyalty to me once more. Wait, did he just say... Hey, did he say Frostheart Emperor? Frostheart Emperor. The moment the words are spoken, a ripple of unrest passes through the ARU ranks. Reactions vary. Hesitation, a sudden tight grip on a weapon, a frozen stance, all betray the heavy, unspoken significance the title holds for them. So let me translate this. You're asking us to surrender? Precisely so, construct of Babylonia. The corrupted you are currently fighting are all former subjects of the old Sophiasburg, and they attack you now on my command. Should you lay down your arms, this conflict will end immediately, and the Arctic will usher in a new era of peace. Are you expecting them to side with the corrupted? And what's the price? The punishing virus is merely my tool. Do not misunderstand. I believe this proposal offers you nothing but advantages. You will not die here today, and you will live to witness the Union dominate the world with Sophiasburg standing as its capital. So what you're really saying is, you want us to help you conquer the world? Not conquest, amalgamation. This world needs a true nation, a unified order. Rosetta, these battles have shown me your exceptional talent and potential. Pledge your loyalty to me, along with your subordinates, and those still hesitating will understand which path is truly right for them. Commandant, what are your orders? What do you think? Refuse them. Understood. I'll follow your lead, Commandant. Rosetta nods, her expression hardening into a mask of battle-ready ruthlessness. In one swift motion, she raises her light sword. Its glowing tip cuts through the blizzard as she levels it at Zack. I cannot speak for others, but I refuse your invitation. I do not recognize any Frostheart Emperor, and furthermore, conquering the world sounds really stupid. The words instantly provoke anger from the 3 behind Zack, their hands snapping towards their weapons. Zack, however, merely responds with a thin, unperturbed smile. Not an unexpected answer. He raises his hand slowly and the blizzard dies. In the sudden silence, a chorus of mechanical whirring stirs. It comes first from the shadows of the ice mountains, then from behind every snow-covered rock. The corrupted emerge one after another, their metal hulls caked in snow, their crimson eyes cutting through the thin, still air. Unifying our wills has always proven challenging. That is precisely why we have forged a new power. Amalgamation. Now all forces attack. The silence shatters with shrill howls as the corrupted pour from their hiding places. Their silhouettes, a countless converging mass, engulf the landscape. The true battle has begun. Once the stage ends, it may trigger new events or unlock files. After obtaining files, you can view them in the file review. Okay. Eliminate enemies, advance through stages, clear objectives. This is how we push the war forward to its next phase. Deploy our forces wisely, launch attacks, lead us to victory. Okay. Oh, there's a lot. Arctic Combat Mission Briefing. Mission 1, mission background 20 days ago. Current disruption caused by the red tide led to large-scale ice shelf fractures in the Arctic region. These fractures damaged coastal reports of the Arctic Route Union forced mass civilian displacement exposed the sealed old Sophiasburg containing punishing entities. Enemy assessment. Following the unsealing of the old Sophiasburg, large numbers of corrupted have emerged from within. On-site scans have detected signals suspected to belong to Ascendants. Combat deployment. Babylonia has dispatched support forces in accordance with protocol with Grey Raven Squad and Dark Ares Squad designated as core units. Subsequent reinforcements must first rendezvous with Babylonia's advanced forces and the Arctic Route and Arctic Union Army to operate under unified command. Core objectives: eliminate corrupted swarms and ensure the safety of displaced civilians. If Ascendants are encountered, all combat data must be synchronized in real time. Solo pursuit is strictly prohibited. Okay. Okay, yeah. It's definitely way better to... Yeah, it definitely is the case for you to do the Babylonia quest first, and then the main story quest. And General Promise can be after. Seriously, I don't know why. I don't understand why they put the Journal of Promise before the main story quest. Because again, that made me think you'd have to read the JOP first, and then this main story. It's so weird that they put it like that. Super weird. Oh man. So it's all like just messed up now here. But yeah, I'll just edit out the Journal of Promise stuff that I read earlier this stream via like the YouTube Creator Studio or whatever. I'll just edit that out. And then when I do get to reading the JOP, I'll just read it from the beginning again, which I don't mind doing. So if you're up to this part and you're hearing me say this, it's most likely, it's probably been edited out already. Old comrade, things have changed a bit, but the people are the same. Let's share what we knew. Sergei, the fighting outside hasn't let up, has it? That's what the field reports say. Want me to send a scout to get eyes on it? We can wait. Rosetta's ice river has effectively split the battlefield. Both sides are pinned down on opposite banks. Right now, it's a ranged stalemate with minimal risk of a breakthrough. And after right now, we've only got one regiment here. You really think that's enough? Given the situation, it's all we could pull together. After what happened, our units are spread thin. This regiment is what we could muster on short notice. It's not a good enough reason to pull Lillian from Dark Ares. And Simon, what's your plan for sustained operations without a support-type construct? Captain Palma, maybe ease up on Simon for a moment. You'll make him nauseous again. And you, stop wearing that smile all the damn time. Doesn't anything ever get under your skin? How you save the frustration for when it's useful? Besides, it's not like Grey Raven's in better shape. He's the only one here. Right, Lee? Did you put surveillance cameras outside or something? We returned with the Commandant, everyone. After withdrawing from the front line, you and Rosetta finally reached the base. Inside the command tent, several familiar figures greet you. 2 middle-aged men in heavy thermal wear, and a weakened Simon surrounded by the constructs of it on his squad. Greet the ARE personnel, greet the Dark Ares squad. Chief. I'm sorry, I need a moment. I figured as much. Allow me then. Good to see you here, Isbeni. Is this how you always treat your Commandant? Well, Captain Palma can be intense, but she's also the most capable person on the field. Need my permission to gossip? My apologies. I was only stating a fact. If the wording was inappropriate, I'll gladly rephrase it. Forget it. At least it's good to know we're not the only squad with breakthrough capabilities. Brigadier Commandant, I'll be watching your performance. This is somewhat rushed, but let's begin the tactical briefing here. Following the brief exchanges, Rosetta takes her position in the center of the tent to start the meeting. Her voice cuts through the low murmur of conversation, bringing an immediate silence. All attention shifts to her. Nearby, Simon pushes himself from where he has been slumped against a chair. I need 3 things: the current battlefield situation, the identity of our enemy, and our planned course of action. I'll cover the first. Dark Ares deployed ahead of other units and has access to satellite intel recovered by Babylonia. Our intelligence should be fairly comprehensive. Thanks. Please proceed. Let's start with the thing uncovered in the glacier. Cross-referencing satellite imagery with historical records confirms it's debris from the old Sophiasburg. Debris? What exactly happened to the old Sophiasburg? That's what we need to confirm. Antonov, Sergei, what truly happened to the old city? Sophiasburg was destroyed by the punishing virus. I remember that day clearly. A pillar of fire erupted from its direction and all communications went dead. We assumed the city's energy reactor was compromised by the virus, causing a catastrophic explosion. With the capital gone, the front collapsed. The world government abandoned the defensive line, and we were left to seek refuge elsewhere in the region. The rest, you already know. So you never visually confirmed Sophiasburg's destruction. We sent drones afterward, but all they saw was ice and snow. Could the city have sunk instead? Very likely. The fissure from Rosetta's earlier intervention made me realize that the explosion didn't vaporize the city. It caused sections to collapse into the frozen sea, becoming trapped within the glacier over time. What's worse is that across the ARU's territory there's more than one corrupted herd frozen like this. They thawed alongside Sophiasburg. The corrupted emerging from there have already attacked several ports. I've deployed most of the force guards to hold those positions. Which brings us to the second point. Our main force here is critically under strength. How long until the force guards can return? Or isn't that why we're here? How long isn't that why we're here? Great Raven and Dark Ares will provide some reinforcement, but given the scale of the battlefield, it likely won't be enough. That's exactly why I said you should have requested 2 more regiments. No additional forces can be spared from other fronts. Everyone here represents the operation's elite strength. Now the second point. Who are we fighting? At this moment, Rosetta turns her gaze toward the 2 members from the commune. The younger generation wouldn't know. After Sophiasburg fell, the title Frostheart Emperor faded from memory long ago. So this Zack really is the Frostheart Emperor? Sounds like a villain from a pulp comic. No, the Frostheart Emperor during Sophiasburg's fall was the previous one, but the Zack we knew. He was a hawkish commander back then, and he said it was only a matter of time before he joined the Warlords. The Warlords? The full name is Frostheart Warlords, the 3 strongest commanders of the ARU. Since its founding, they've always been chosen from the most talented. Wait, is that Goatman Fyodor? That's him! A butcher. I'll never forget that face. So that leaves this Amberia and the Dragon Man. Are they the other 2 warlords? Dragon Man? I'm not sure, but aside from Zack, the most terrifying presence is likely Amberia. That dark, looming figure is the Union's collective nightmare. But she can't be Amberia. We eliminated her. Isn't that right, Commandant? Yes, we showed no mercy. And a dedicated investigation team confirmed it afterward. So this Amberia must be someone else. Does she have the same ability? I remember the dossier said she could amalgamate other Arctic mechanoids. Amalgamator Amberia. That name alone is the source of the Frame's infamy. The ARU leadership envisioned a war machine to secure their dominance in the chaotic wake of the punishing virus. What resulted was a haywire tragedy. The Arctic mechanoids under her control descended into madness, plunging the Union into a living hell. Most likely. Our sensors detected no corruption in Zack's group. Not ascendants yet able to control the corrupted. Amalgamation is the only explanation. You mean all of them? I have a feeling it's not just Amberia. The other 3 probably have it too, though I hope I'm wrong. Simon's theory brings a heavy silence, particularly over the 2 border commune leaders. Their faces tighten with the weight of a shared painful history. After all, the subject of amalgamation is an old wound, one the Arctic people have never wished to reopen. The situation is dire, but we cannot yield. Rosetta is the first to break the silence. She strides toward another exit of the camp and takes up the weapon waiting there. We can lose other places, but not New Sophiasburg. Everyone worked too hard to build it. I will not retreat without a fight. That reminds me, the battle line lies right in front of New Sophiasburg. Unlucky. We can call it bad luck, but it's not without advantage. A battle line with our base at our backs should mean solid reinforcement. However, I should add, we have no reinforcements and no retreat. New Sophiasburg stands right behind us. With newfound resolve, Rosetta sweeps her gaze across the tent, meeting the eyes of those assembled. Before another word can be spoken, a series of explosions rips through the distant silence. Oh no, fire! There's a fire! And Ursa in a lab coat rushes over. No. Files. Intelligence brief. Core institutional framework: the Monarch-Duke power structure of the Arctic Route Union during the old Sophiasburg era. Frostheart Emperor system. Status: supreme ruler of the Arctic Route Union. Succession is determined by Sophiasburg royal blood, making the Emperor both the spiritual symbol of the Arctic and its central authority. Core functions: oversees military mobilization, resource allocation, holds final decision-making power, and is deeply bound to the governance of Sophiasburg. Current status: Zack claims the title of 6th Frostheart Emperor and has demanded that the Arctic region be brought back under his rule. Frostheart Warlord System. The highest-ranking military commanders directly under the Frostheart Emperor. A total of 3 individuals regarded as the strongest generals within the Union, answerable only to the Emperor. Selection criteria determined solely by combat capability, regardless of origin or faction. Known members: Fyodor, former warlord, negative service record, currently aligned with Zack's faction. Dragon Man, details unknown. Possible link, and a possible link to Amberia, details unconfirmed. Historical record. Since the beginning of the Golden Age, Sophiasburg has served as the capital and central hub for the entire region. Administrative decision-making center, ARU is the highest deliberative venue, bringing together representatives from city-states and settlements to review cross-regional policies. Technology conversion site, home to top research teams, energy population hub, coordinating energy distribution across the Arctic region and attracted settlers from all regions. For the late Golden Age, it stood as a city with unmatched regional influence and defensive strength. Historical status and administrative structure, political system, and new power distribution. Upon the ARU's founding, an imperial system was established and maintained, centered on the Frostheart Emperor. The House of Representatives, speaking for individual settlements, exercised half of the decision-making authority, forming an administrative framework of centralized coordination with democratic checks and balances. Post-punishing changes. After the outbreak of the punishing virus, Sophiasburg was exposed to escalating corrupted threats and, due to multiple compounding factors, ultimately sank beneath the frozen sea. So far, the files just kind of just repeat what we've gone through in the dialogue, just a little bit more detail. So it's nothing too crazy. Prepare for amalgamation. Amalgamation is the answer to this frozen land. You're back. Why? Weren't you meant to eliminate those Arctic dwellers and their second empire plot? Who are you? Dust motes drift through the faint light between broken, weathered pillars. Suddenly a voice slices through the ruins' deathly silence. Powerful, caustic. It is both a mockery and a command. Zack offers no reply. With his eyes fixed downward, he walks slowly, deliberately, toward the rubble pile where the royal throne once stood. His silence only fuels the human woman's fury, and her voice grows even sharper. I stayed because I believed your little amalgamation project might achieve something, a Sephira she needs, an achievement worth claiming. Hello, Blaze Warrior. So tell me, what have you been doing? Waging war. The problem is exactly that, war. Why not simply use that amalgamation power of yours to dominate them all? Isn't that how you seized the corrupted from me? They have always been my subjects. Hearing the word seize, Zack visibly bristles. His eyes lock onto the woman before him. What does that look? Do you wish to fight me? Hope I've been doing well. Thank you. Hope I achieved my goals this year. Thank you. I would appreciate it if you showed respect for the Union. And it is not for lack of trying. It seems they have developed countermeasures against amalgamation. So, this amalgamation is just another power that can be countered. Is that what you're saying? The air between them turns to ice. The woman's killing intent thickens, a palpable force that seems ready to crystallize into spikes from the surrounding shadows. Amalgamation, if incomplete, has limitations. That is why I went to Babylonia. You brought back some black box data from there, didn't you? Yes, that woman called Rosetta. Her frame contains data that will complete me, or rather her frame and I share the same origin. Sounds like trouble. Then why not eliminate her once you had what you needed? Are you not concerned she shares your power? She possesses malleable potential. She will be an asset in the future war of amalgamation, and she cannot unlock that frame's true capability, not as I can. If you are so certain, what now? The warlords will oversee the war. I will use the black box data to perfect my frame. Once the data processing is complete, I will become the ultimate amalgamator. At that point, it won't matter who stands against me. See that you remember our agreement when that day comes. Though I don't believe amalgamation technology represents that phylotry Saphira. Once the Arctic people are united and Sophiasburg is restored to glory, the amalgamation technology will be yours. Satisfied by his assurance, the woman says nothing more and withdraws her murderous intent. Zack closes his eyes, letting himself sink into the liminal space between consciousness and data. There, in a snowfield shattered by eternal blizzards, frigid winds howl and whirl with ice shards. Nothing exists but a vast, desolate white between heaven and earth. In the distance, Zack spots several scholars, their bodies stained with dark crimson. They huddle together in the knee-deep snow, their tattered research uniforms long saturated with ice and frost. Lead-gray clouds hang oppressively low as the scholars mumble phrases like conscience, condemned, can't go on. Their words at last are torn to shreds by the howling gale, leaving them as silent tombstones in the wasteland. This is exactly what left Zack's frame without its final calibration, locking away the power known as the ultimate amalgamation. Soon, Zack murmurs to himself. Now, kill the power to this whole section. On it. We've got the extinguishers. Aim at the base of the flames and spray it down. Crisis averted. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief at the Ursa's words. However, while the Babylonia crew is simply glad to be out of danger, the ARU members, Rosetta included, just look on with the weary, silent expression of those who've seen it all before. That was just a minor slip-up, Dr. Bear. Let's restart the experiment. Dr. Mina, can we please take a break? Mina? She's the actual Dr. Mina. What do you mean, actual? There's only one brilliant Dr. Mina in the world. Unbelievable. How could Babylonia not spawn an imposter? Is my face that forgettable? Probably because nobody's ever actually seen you before. This is the developer of my Malkuth frame. Not the developer, the builder. Your grandfather was the actual developer. How many times do I have to say it? I'm sorry. During Rosetta's introductions, Mina cuts in abruptly. Her tone is prickly, sparking what seems like instant verbal sparring with Rosetta. Everything from her expression to her clipped words radiates displeasure. What are you all staring at? I'm annoyed enough as it is. The insignia. You're the Grey Raven Commandant, aren't you? Let's shake. I'm Mina. Thank you for saving Rosetta, and for saving Malkuth. Shake hands with her. Despite her prickly demeanor, she seems to be a candid woman. So, what exactly happened here just now? Were you running some kind of experiment? A simulation startup test for Malkuth. I don't want to talk about it. Dr. Bear, you explain. Alright. Simply put, Dr. Mina feels responsible for Rosetta's coma, so she's been searching for the cause of those startup failure ever since. This isn't your fault, Doctor. It was an incomplete frame after all. Babylonia uses incomplete frames all the time, but I've never heard of a failure this catastrophic. It still makes my blood boil just thinking about it. Come on, let's continue. We have to complete the ultimate amalgamator before the war ends. Did you say Ultimate Amalgamator? Rosetta's frame is an amalgamator model. What, does Babylonia have a problem with the word amalgamator too? Well, I didn't name it. If you want answers, ask Rosetta's grandfather. That's what's written in his manuscript. Isn't that dangerous? Technology itself isn't evil. Only those who misuse it are. Besides, it's precisely because Dr. Puff documented all the amalgamation tech that we could develop a counter-amalgamation module. It's likely because of this module that my kin and I weren't controlled by the enemy. I see. Earlier when we were discussing amalgamators, I wondered why the Arctic machines hadn't been subverted. All the more reason to accelerate Malkuth's completion then. By fire with fire. You catch on quick. Its current frame is basically running on a workaround. The amalgamation capabilities the power described in the manuscript, none of it's being fully utilized. With the front lines tightening, if we can activate Malkuth, your jobs will get much easier. We're counting on you then, Dr. Mina. There shouldn't be any issues with this, right, Rosetta? Dr. Mina is the most knowledgeable scholar among us. I trust her, just as I trust you, Commandant. Report. The Frostheart Emperor's forces have deployed ice generators. They're sealing the fissure in the ice. The gaps are almost closed. Figures. Couldn't keep them pinned forever. I've never intended to, but we bought enough time for everyone to get acquainted. Tell the others at the base. Mobilize all reserves to the front line immediately. On it. Fair. I wouldn't want strangers at my back either. So what's the play? What's the plan? I intend to take the fight to them. Some more files. Amalgamation. Control technology developed by the former Arctic Route Union due to catastrophic disasters caused in the past has become a forbidden power that Arctic factions avoid discussing. Malkuth Frame. Core design is derived from manuscripts left by Rosetta's grandfather, Dr. Puff. These documents reference amalgamation technology, but the original development purpose remains unclear. Led by Dr. Mina with support from Dr. Bear, focusing on construction and completion, current experiments concentrate on resolving startup failures. Completion level incomplete currently relies on non-standard methods for activation with core functions still offline. Mine compatibility remains flawed and requires establishing a mine connection with the Commandant to achieve minimal stability, capable of mounting anti-amalgamation modules, with compatibility still under active testing. Rosetta's testimony fragmented across former captain of the Arctic Route Union Armed Operations Squad resigned after uncovering the inhumane experiments conducted on civilians under amalgamation technology and recognizing its fundamentally oppressive nature. After leaving office, he consolidated personal weapons expertise and Arctic combat experience and combined reverse-engineered amalgamation technology data provided by followers to secretly design the prototype frame Malkuth. The surviving frame design manuscripts, noted for their forward-thinking concepts and technical depth, earned the creator the honorary title Dr. Puff among Arctic scholars such as Mina. I can't remember specifically what Zach said, but there was mention of the phylotree and the Saphira frame. Interesting. Sophiesburg 1. Now let's take a look at the rear. Move it. Containers loaded before the last transport leaves now. Outside the gates of New Sophiesburg, over a dozen small trucks sit crookedly in the snow. Their cargo beds are only half full, but no one dares pause for rest. Beside the vehicles, the logistics captain shouts orders, his voice already raw and hoarse. Captain, this truck isn't filling up. Let me roll out now and you start loading the next one. You think I haven't tried hurrying them along? All our real fighters are at the front. You know who we've got left here. Ouch. Chaos erupts. One man staggers under a box of compressed rations. Another, breath clouding in the frigid air, drags a heavy medical kit through the snow. Then a sharp cry cuts through the noise as he stumbles and falls. Hey, you okay there? I'm alright. Tripped over a damn brick. The man needs his sore knee, and as the pain sparks into anger, he lashes out, sending the brick skittering away. Who the hell left this thing right in the middle of the road? The brick clangs against exposed rebar and in a nearby foundation, scattering ice shards. The sound makes everyone pause. Their gazes sweep across what they call a city. Apart from the relatively impressive gate before them, the place is little more than a field of uneven, half-dug foundations. Rebar just juts from the frozen earth like rusty bones. Building materials are piled in chaotic heaps. Further back, rows of cold weather tents dot the ice plain, a sight no better than the shacks they once lived in while working on ships. Whose bright idea was this? Build a fancy gate before putting up livable buildings. Quit whining. You voted for it too, didn't you? Well, the man's protest dies in his throat. He had cast his vote for that very gate, believing in New Sophiasburg's need for a dignified front. Now the irony was bitter. They have built the city, yet their daily reality is just as harsh. Basic supplies are scarce. A simple hot meal remains a luxury. Hey, you lot. Eyes on the job. No stopping. You know how bad it is up front. Yeah, we're moving. Urged on, the men cease their complaints, heft the supplies, and quickly rejoin the line. Evan, can you help me? This is too heavy. Alright, we each take one side. To support the front lines, even children have joined the transport effort. Lifting their side of the package, Evan and his friends resume moving toward the trucks. Then, near the gate, they spot several men huddled in conversation at an alley entrance. Reports from the front lines. If that really is General Zack, wouldn't surrendering be the smart move? Evan recognizes them as veteran border commune members who once fought on the front lines. Though now assigned to the civilian guard, they're far more obstinate than Antonov ever was. Have you lost it? He controls the corrupted. He's an enemy of humanity. If he were truly our enemy, wouldn't he have ordered a sneak attack on our rear already? You know how thin we're spread. If General Zack, no, the Frostheart Emperor, really wanted us dead, this place would be rubble. But look, for all the fighting, he's deliberately avoided hitting anything beyond the battlefield. Why? It's obvious. To realize the ideals of the Arctic Route Union, the Frostheart Emperor needs its people. This is the conclusion the men have reached. For those who remember the Sophiasburg era and knew both the Frostheart Emperor and Zack personally, surrender has emerged as a viable alternative to the front lines. They are, after all, Union people, citizens of Sophiasburg, so why fight against Zack? Why battle their own home? If they simply surrendered, wouldn't the killing stop? Wouldn't the sacrifices end? You. What do you think you're doing? Civilian guard doesn't mean slacking off. Get back to moving supplies now. The three men blanch, hastily straighten their uniforms and scurry from the alley like chastised dogs. Yet their words linger behind, striking Evan's heart like thrown stones. A ripple of anxiety, a pang of hesitation, and a thread of inexplicable confusion settle within him, then seem to drift away with the wind across the snow-blanketed grounds of New Sophiasburg. Evan, why'd you let go? The boy's shout jolts Evan back to reality. The package has slipped from his hands and hit the ground. The boy is now straining to lift it, his face pale with effort. Sorry, I'm sorry. With a grunt, he lifts the package again. Yet the words linger ice sharp, scraping at his resolve from within. Rear areas. After the border commune rejoined the Arctic Route Union, Union forest guards endured severe conditions to select a site and jointly lay the foundations for the city. Serving as a rear logistics hub for the front lines and a civilian settlement, the ongoing war has pushed the city into a barely sustainable state marked by manpower shortages, slow infrastructure development, and unstable morale. Combined with natural and technical hazards, internal stability risks continue to rise. Oh, whoa. Battle begins. So on the far right. We have to get through each of these, huh? Drag the army. So we can't take on 16. The battle begins. Frostheart War start. This is the one that has a secret achievement. It says reach the final area, defeat the boss within 5 minutes. So all within 5 minutes. Assemble! Along the ice-cast trenches, frost encrusts the joints of Construct's armor and the collars of soldiers' thermal gear. The breath hangs in sluggish clouds in the fresh air. Excuse me. Following orders, Babylonia's Construct stands shoulder to shoulder with the ARU captain-ranked soldiers. Every gaze is fixed on the trench's highest point, awaiting the command. Rosetta stands there, her silver-white Malkuth frame gleaming with a cold radiance, light sword in hand. Her spine is straight as a battle standard, a figure steadying the army's resolve, bearing the weight of their expectation, doubt, and scrutiny. Seeing her now, you recall a conversation from before you arrived. Commandant, after discussions between Babylonia and the port authorities, it's been decided that I should serve as the chief commander of this joint operation. Feeling the pressure? By that arrangement, feeling the pressure, I could take over if you prefer. I never expected you'd be able to read my thoughts like that, Commandant. I'll still take the public role of commander in the upcoming battle, but I hope to incorporate as much of your strategic insight as possible, because this is a war we absolutely cannot lose. Right. Using a term from those old films I've been watching lately, I suppose we'd be co-bosses? I actually thought you wanted me to take the commander position. If you ask for my help, I'll be there. Thank you. I knew you would say that, Commandant. Before we land, I'd like your first piece of strategic advice. The Arctic region will soon enter deep winter, which would put us at a disadvantage in a protracted war. What do you think we should do? How are our logistics? Good. The corrupted have disrupted shipping lanes across the Arctic region, and New Sophiasburg is still a fledgling city with underdeveloped infrastructure. In short, we lack the supplies to sustain a long battle. Then our only option is to end it quickly. Yes, I also believe our only recourse is to force a decisive battle as soon as possible. But that raises another problem. The enemy is unlikely to accommodate our plans. What if we take the offensive? You mean we launch an assault on their position, Commandant? Do you think it could work? Rosetta paused, seemingly caught off guard. She fell silent for a moment, thinking deeply, then spoke again. It's possible. Although we're outnumbered, we have several elite vanguards who could serve as our tactical spearhead. Plus, they're currently on the defensive. A surprise strike with our vanguards leading the charge could catch them off guard. Morale is high. This maneuver might just shift the battle in our favor. Rosetta paused briefly, a question half formed, before she remembered herself, her rank, her duty. She took a sharp breath, her voice now firm with newfound resolve. Always leaning on your judgment when you make me a worthy commander. Commandant, I'll announce the offensive strategy to all forces and personally lead the close quarters assault. And go ahead. I'll fill in wherever you need me. Then, I will announce the operational plan. As you snap back to reality, Rosetta raises a hand and activates a projection. A satellite map of the battlefield materializes in the air, its details crisp, the outline of the old Sophiasburg and the breach point in the surrounding ice. First, answer me one thing. Are you serious about taking the fight to them? Are we really going on the offensive? I thought we'd be digging trenches and establishing a defensive perimeter. Don't tell me we're charging into the city. Yeah, wouldn't it be reckless to assault the city with our current numbers? Come to think of it, isn't there a breach at Sophiasburg's main gate? Correct. We won't need to fight for the gate or scale the walls. This siege is essentially a battle on more complex terrain. Besides, both my team and Babylonia's elite squads have breaching capabilities. Entering through the breach won't be difficult. True. Though I don't know why the city gate is breached, using it would make things much easier for us. So you want us to spearhead a direct assault into the city? It's doable, but then what? Strike directly at their command center. The corrupted are currently being controlled by Zack the Frostheart Emperor and the 3 Frostheart Warlords. Once we break into the city and eliminate those 4, we win this war. Isn't that a bit too optimistic? Facing Palma's skepticism, Rosetta reiterates the strategic assessment she formed during the flight. As Palma hears the reasons that have forced Rosetta into such aggressive tactics, she can only furrow her brow in silent unease. Mrs. Benny, do you really think this plan can work? Our goal is to eliminate the enemy, isn't it? If it doesn't work, we'll formulate another. Right. I believe the key is actually entering the city itself. Compared to fighting in the open snowfields, the constrained tactical space inside the city would work to our advantage. Once we're inside and have secured a foothold, everything else becomes manageable. Yes, this is our only option. Nolan, what's your take on this? I likely share your thoughts, Lee. I trust Usabeni's judgment. Well, it seems we have a consensus. Usabeni, assuming we successfully infiltrate the city, what's our plan afterward? First, we secure a foothold. I intend to split our forces into 2 groups. One advancing through the mountain pass, the other along the coast. Splitting our forces wise? It is. The enemy will definitely respond to our movements, and encountering their commanders is inevitable. Setting aside the Frostheart Emperor, we know very little about the Frostheart Warlords. If they consolidate their forces, we'd be in serious trouble. By splitting up, we force them to divide as well. That's likely our best approach. Regarding their capabilities, we actually do know about one of them. You mean Emberia? Yes. Though her true identity is unknown, based on her behavioral patterns from our previous encounter, I believe her tactical approach is very similar to Emberia's. So if you face her, can we win? I faced her before. We can definitely win. Then the question becomes whether she'll appear near the mountains or along the coast. Along the coast. Right. Commandant and I briefly encountered that Emberia at the front line earlier. Though we only exchanged a few words, she appeared to be at odds with the other warlords and mentioned she would be calibrating the bionic whales alone. Indeed. Though I never expected they'd have bionic whales. This is the old capital we're talking about. That's the only explanation. Then our objectives are clear. One team will engage the 2 warlords near the mountains, while the other confronts Emberia along the coast. Rosetta, you'll head to the coastal front with Usbeni, correct? Yes. So for the other front, theoretically, I suppose only the Dark Ares under your command, Simon, can take the lead. Is it too much to ask Dark Ares to handle 2 of them? Chief, there's a saying. Those who aren't obsessed with winning never truly lose. If you're confident in your chances, then I'll have my own strategy too. You can leave it to me without worry. Wait, isn't there a chance the Frostheart Emperor might join the battle as well? It's unlikely, because he previously risked infiltrating Babylonia to extract the black box data from this frame. You think he's processing that data now? Right. The fact he specifically came for it means it's valuable enough. Now that he has it, he'll naturally be analyzing it. But even Babylonia can decrypt that black box, so I imagine it will take him considerable time as well. That just makes me more uneasy. I know this strategy carries inherent risks, which is exactly why I called this meeting. With her words spoken, Rosetta sweeps her gaze across the gathered group. A vote to decide, right? Yes. Though I'm the commander, I know I haven't accomplished enough to earn everyone's trust. My words alone can't convince you all, and any doubts will only magnify on the battlefield. I'll take a drink of water. I don't want our operation to fail because of that. And you're worrying for nothing. We all know how much the forest guards have sacrificed for this place. I have no objections. I don't fully understand everything, but you all are the strongest ones here. If this is what you've decided, then I'll follow. Coming here means fighting the corrupted. That has always been the deal. As long as you don't treat our lives as expendable, we've already made our peace with everything else. Well, that about covers it. Look, we don't want to be amalgamated again. You give the orders, and we'll fight. Consensus has been reached. Despite their diverse perspectives and positions, everyone here shares a personal reason to fight, and because of that, they are willing to stand together. Then give your orders, Commander. Yes, Commandant. I know not everyone acknowledges my past accomplishments, but I believe we're all professional soldiers with proper training. That's why I want to express my aspirations for this operation. Whatever the purpose of the old Union was or why the old Sophiasburg existed, none of that matters to us now. No matter what anyone says, I refuse to hand over this peace we fought so hard for, this sanctuary we've built, to anyone else. Allies from Babylonia, I ask you to lend us your full strength. And to my Arctic comrades, this is our city, and we will defend it ourselves. For our future. Operation begin. What a lovely speech. So within 5 minutes, I gotta reach and defeat this
今回の
Amberia.
作戦目標はただ一つ。エリアを占領し、そこを守る三皇の打倒。
それなら海のバイオニッククジラは僕が食い止めます。
じゃあお願い。
Oh, look at the landscape. Holy shit.
指揮官、私たちは他のルートから進行しよう。
指揮官、バイオニッククジラを見つけました。これから付近の構造体の相当およびクジラの制圧を試みます。
受け止められる？先生を切り裂く。接敵開始。他のみんなは侵食体と距離を保って。
戦闘は始まったばかりだ。空中庭園とうまく連携してくれ。
Tatiana.
先生を切り裂く。受け止められる？問題ない。先生を切り裂く。
主席殿、こちらはもう予定地点まで突破しましたが、敵の数が多すぎます。
Halting their advance.
夜を切り裂こう。
Oh shit! Oh, that's so cool. Wait. We get this. Oh, we get to swap between perspectives? That's so cool.
これはベストコンビだ。夜を切り裂こう。突破口が開いた。構造体部隊、僕についてきて。あとは当初の計画通りに。
この整然と並んでいる信号発信機は一体。標高3高はきっとこの先。すぐに行こう。やめて。インブルリア、いえ、あなたは一体誰？
この名をしっかり覚えて死ぬことね。私は愚かな。あなたたちごと。
目標発見。陣形を展開。
Monster squad under attack.
あなたたちの弱点は
以前の私と同じと思ったら大間違いよ。標高3高。遅い。
It's playing Sunset Breaker. Really? There we go. Event has been triggered. Unit gets a buff. Sweet. So now we can take care of this. Oh no, they're busy fighting that. That's Fyodor. Skilled at underhanded tactics. Rumyantsev. Warwick General of Formidable Combat Prowess. Okay, so it's not specifically Fushen. It's kind of like how this person's Amberia. Okay. I see. I don't know how many nodes there are in total for this. It says stage 23 here. Separate battles, everyone moves with one goal, winning the war. You got new Rosetta? Nice. Good job. Congratulations. Eliminate. The corrupted under the Frostheart Emperor's command advanced like a single glacial machine, cold marionettes moving in chilling unison. With every synchronized step, they constrict the Alliance forces' operational space. Keep firing. Do not engage the corrupted in close combat. Moving. Construct squads, follow me. Charge their front line. Keep formation. Roger that. As planned, Simon and his forces break through the city gates and split from Rosetta's group, heading to a different area. The outcome is exactly as Simon has anticipated. Or perhaps even worse. I am General Rumyantsev, one of the Frostheart warlords. Are all you Alliance forces just cowards? Come on, show me what you've got. If the enemy won't come to you, why not go to them? Simon's prediction was correct. 2 Frostheart warlords are here. Their combat strength, however, exceeds all expectations. One way to handle it. But aren't you joining in, Fyodor? No, I have other matters to attend to. Upon receiving the reply, the construct Rumyantsev whips his tail against the ground behind him. The force launches him high over the corrupted, and he comes crashing down directly toward Noan's forces. Defensive stance. Shields up. At Simon's command, the construct squad snap into a shield wall. Rumyantsev's fist crashes against it, sending a shudder through the entire formation. Stepping up to challenge me, black-haired soldier. Having blocked the attack, Noan instantly uses the shield wall as a springboard and launching himself toward Rumyantsev. The onlookers steel themselves for the impending duel, but... Rising engine, level 2 charge, thunderclap! Instead, he darts past Rumyantsev, rushing toward the clustered corrupted in the rear and unleashes his Rev Blade's energy directly into their midst. The resulting wave detonates, instantly annihilating the rear ranks. Target cleared. Fall back. The command, the construct squads break formation and pull back. No one pivots to join the retreat, but just then, interesting black-haired soldier. Rumyantsev intercepts him, blocking the path ahead. A heavy fist arcs toward Noan, punishment for the slight. Noan doesn't break stride. Formation T, fire! The distant barrage arrives just in time, drawing Rumyantsev's attention and allowing Noan to break free from the corrupted cluster. Simon's strategy for unknown enemies is clear. Maintain a tactical retreat while striking at vulnerabilities. By the way, did you seriously just shout your move out loud? Feels pretty good, actually. Let everyone know what's coming. Not so different from you. Let everyone know what's coming. Not so different from you calling firing commands. Prepare for the next phase. Roger. Their usual exchange barely lasts before the fight resumes, as Dark Ares re-engages with Palma and Noan holding Rumyantsev in check. Constructs systematically eliminate the corrupted. Though the narrow streets blunt the enemy's numerical advantage, Simon knows all too well. A prolonged fight can only end. Whoops, not bookmark. Can only end in defeat. They'll break through our lines sooner or later. Guys, how much longer? Scrounging for materials in the city is harder than expected. We need more time. Don't worry about precision, focus on speed. We can refine it later. On it! Knowing that even the finest troops can be worn down by sheer numbers, Simon has looked beyond immediate tactics. He has ordered the construction of entrenched defensive positions. Once they are operational, his team can avoid the peril of a head-on clash with the warlords entirely. Wait, the warlords? A sudden dread grips Simon. His head snaps up, scanning the enemy lines. His fear is confirmed. The tall ram-horned figure has vanished. Then, from directly above, comes a voice that chills his spine. Clever tactics, but your strategy lacks vision, Commandant of Babylonia. Simon jerks his head up to find Fyodor already perched atop a nearby building, aiming a captured firearm straight at him. Well then, time to die. Then a gunshot rings out, accompanied by a concussive blast. Simon, no! We've got a link. Signal's locked in. Well done. As expected of the best researcher's assistant. The ghostly blue light of the tactical screen illuminates Mina and Dr. Bear inside the command tent. With Rosetta deployed, only skeleton defense and comms crews remain. Mina's and Dr. Bear's faces are bathed in the cold glow, fingers flying across keyboards as they work urgently to re-establish contact with Babylonia and secure a second wave of reinforcements. Channel stabilized. This is Asimov, Chief Technician of the Babylonia Science Council. Dr. Mina, that's not... Well. Babylonia's top science mind personally handling a field link. I'm Mina, Arctic Heritage Foundation. You can think of me as the de facto Chief Technician for the Arctic Route Union. Acknowledged. Let's dispense with formalities. My objective is to assist you in fully activating the frame designated Malkuth. To do so, I require a precise explanation of the black box integrated into the frame, and why it is causing such severe disruption in the Mayan system. I'll break this into two parts. First, I know the black box relates to the amalgamation tech, but not the specifics of that link or its operational principles. I was the builder, not the creator. Second, the problem may not be the black box. The Arctic suffers from severe technological discontinuity. It's possible I introduced flaws during construction, working from the manuscript alone. This discontinuity began after the Ambiria incident, correct? The event triggered widespread aversion to structured research across the Union. Exactly. Most Arctic researchers never received a complete education. I started as an engineer and shifted tracks mid-career. We're not exactly prodigies here. Mistakes are entirely possible. However, construction errors were not indicated in the diagnostic reports. Then, regarding your first point, it's impossible this frame of Rosetta possesses capabilities similar to Ambiria, specifically the ability to assume control of other Arctic machines. If Malkuth is the ultimate amalgamator, as described in the manuscript, then yes, but it's not demonstrating that function currently. Maybe activating amalgamation is a prerequisite for proper initialization? Plausible. Evidence suggests the black box is connected to amalgamation technology. Babylonia retains certain intercepted data on the subject originally sourced from ARU transmissions. I will cross-reference our archives. Please transmit all manuscript-derived materials through this channel for analysis. Right, of course. Dr. Bear will send everything over shortly. Wait. Hold on. What did you say Babylonia intercepted from us? Before Mina can fully process the words or call him out for his shamelessness, Asimov turns away and cuts the communication or connection. Mission briefing. Tactical dossier. Facing battlefield conditions that include high-threat individuals such as the Frostheart warlords alongside large-scale corrupted swarms, Simon proposed the following response, relying on strongholds to steadily construct a defensive system, replacing short-term engagements with the sustained attrition. The Frostheart warlords possess powerful breakthrough capabilities, and corrupted forces exist in overwhelming numbers, making direct confrontation unfavorable to our side. Allied forces are a mixed formation of Babylonian constructs and Arctic Route Union soldiers, with insufficient coordination, proficiency, and no unit capable of independently countering the Frostheart warlords. If you don't aim to win, you cannot lose. Special note. Intercepted intelligence. According to an intercepted experimental log kept by a scholar in the Old Sophiasburg, the origin of amalgamation technology traces back to a mysterious email titled A Control Scheme Adapted for Arctic Conditions. The message was sent roughly 1 month before the first sporadic punishing infection reports appeared in the Arctic. The sender address appeared as garbled code, making it impossible to trace. Content contained only fragmented algorithm snippets, explanations of mechanical control logic, and a peculiar note. The basic framework for swarm coordination must be completed in combination with the characteristics of Arctic machinery. Email was initially received by 3 scholars specializing in Arctic mechanical systems. After testing the algorithms on small-scale Arctic machines in their laboratories, they successfully produced the first rudimentary form of what would later be known as amalgamation. Rumyantsev Intelligence Brief, one of the Frostheart warlords, a militant general who once commanded the majority of the Arctic Route Union's forces, currently operates an anomalous frame equipped with Kowloon technology. His identity, combat capability, and technological origins remain largely unknown. Preliminary reconnaissance detected Kowloon technology traits, including limb joint architecture and energy response patterns. However, Rumyantsev belongs to the former Arctic Route Union power structure. Frostheart warlords shows no confirmed affiliation with Kowloon forces, leaving the origin of the frame in question. Probably a similar case to this person, Dulova. They just have a similar appearance, but they're not the same person. So that's not Fu Shen. He just looks like Fu Shen. Okay. Again, I don't remember specifically what Zach said in that one node. Hang on, let me double check. Because he makes mention of the Phyllotree and the Saphira frame. What? What was that? Was that node? No, that wasn't node 5. Was that node 4? Not node 4. Node 6. Not node 6. Node 3. Jesus. Okay, yeah. Let me see here. I say because I believed your little amalgamation project might achieve something a Saphira she needs. Saphira she needs. I don't believe amalgamation technology represents that Phyllotree Saphira. Interesting. Okay, so nothing about Rosetta's frame, as far as I know, has anything to do with Phyllotree or Saphira or whatever. It's more amalgamation tech. I'm just looking at the script for Node 3 here. Whoever this mysterious woman is that was talking to Zach, it looks like she's after whatever. She's after like Phyllotree related stuff. Kind of looks like. She says, I stayed because I believed your little amalgamation project might achieve something. A Saphira she needs. So whoever the she is, what that mysterious woman is aligned with. It's who that mysterious woman is aligned with. So far, with this chapter, and then Where Nightmares Dwell and Sightline Breach all have in common is just little bits of little small mentions of Phyllotree and Saphira frames. Little bits of it here and there. Where Nightmares Dwell was the one chapter that had a bit more focus on the whole Phyllotree stuff, while Sightline Breach and this one only have a few mentions here and there. Frostheart warlords, Rosetta takes Dulova, Dark Ares handles the other two. Even as an incomplete frame, Rosetta holds her own. She slices through Dulova's bullets with precise strikes, then exploits the frame's high-speed flight capability to close the distance and a blur. Your crusade ends here, Dulova, for every life fighting on the other front. Damn it! For the final strike, Rosetta drives her blade into Dulova's frame. Dulova reels, balance shattered, and crashes heavily into the skeletal remains of the building at her back. If only the bionic whales had all returned. So it was you. You called them back. Regaining her balance, Dulova fills the air with a massive volley of bullets aimed at Rosetta. Spare me the theatrics. You saw the devices yourself. While projectiles erupt from hidden ports in her frame, she herself closes the distance in a burst of inhuman speed. Now, Rosetta, her guard's open. Targeting the joints. The light sword strikes Dulova's massive claw with a piercing shriek of splitting metal. She staggers but doesn't fall. Instead, spike-like mechanisms shoot from beneath her body, digging into the ground to arrest her momentum. To think a lab specimen would turn her teeth on me. They were never specimens. They're true warriors. Specimens, all of you, wondering why my frame resembles Emberia's? After her failure, we ran experiment after experiment until we perfected a stable modification protocol. Force guards. Correct. Every captive became data, and that data built the foundation for the enhancements for us Frostheart warlords. A pity, really. With more subjects, more patriots, we could have achieved far more. The battle rages on. Rosetta grows more attuned to her frame, her evasive maneuvers and laser counterattacks merging into a seamless, lethal dance. Dulova, in stark contrast, abandons all finesse. She relies purely on overwhelming power, pushing her frame so hard its surface glows with the ominous red of overload. What gives you the right to treat lives as data? How many never left your lab? Before the Union's destiny, they are statistics. Once amalgamators and humanoid hybrids are realized, every sacrifice will be sanctified as glory. Break through, Rosetta. This is the moment. Seizing it, Rosetta ignites all thrusters and drives directly into Dulova's defensive spikes. The clash instantly becomes a primal contest of raw strength. No one asked for this glory. No one wanted to be your sacrifice. As the Arctic people, our only purpose is to serve the Union's ascent. Everything else is sentiment. It's this arrogance that has brought the Arctic to such. These are growing pains, Forest Guard. History belongs to the victor. When the Union unifies the world, every failure will be remembered as noble sacrifice. For our fallen, you should be fully fulfilling your purpose, not hindering it. My purpose is to end your schemes, Dulova. What? In the split second before their power balance breaks, Rosetta accelerates upward. Dulova lunges and meets empty air. Before she can recover, Rosetta hurls one light sword, pinning Dulova's massive claw to the ground, while the other spears straight through Dulova's humanoid torso. So, in the end, time defeated me. Through the mind connection with Rosetta, you sense a quiet ebbing from Dulova's form, her life force nearing its end. You're going to tell me I was wrong again? Puff? Oh no, I thought it was like puff as in like the sound effect. No, huff. Her grandfather. Rosetta's eyes widen, mirroring your own surprise, but Dulova's core systems are destroyed. She will offer no more answers. The red light within her frame dims, flickers, and fades, and with it her presence. Her body goes still. There is little joy for victory after the battle, only a heavier silence filled with new questions. But hesitation is a luxury you cannot afford now. Rosetta, the battle's not over. Scout, report status and establish connection. Multiple squads have neutralized their target units. We'll be establishing a forward base here shortly. Comms are live. Though the majority of the forest guards have been deployed to support various regions, they left behind a small squad for intelligence relay and emergency response. Seeing the communication channel open, Rosetta takes a deep breath. Yulova, one of the Frostheart warlords, has been defeated. Her coastal sector is secure. This victory belongs to the Alliance forces. It belongs to us. And more, the news of victory always stirs the heart. It is the moment when sacrifice bears fruit, a fleeting warmth that makes even the bitter wind and snow feel like a celebration. And in the next breath, a cheer erupts, rippling through the entire city district. Alma, they've taken their objective. Now the rest is on us. The sound of distant cheers washes over the battlefield where Dark Ares remains locked in combat with Rumyantsev. Elsewhere, Fyodor's failed ambush has backfired, leaving him encircled by ARU troops. Sounds like Dulova's finished, Fyodor. So it would seem. The battle is still a whirlwind of violence, but on the strategic board, the opening gambit is already over, and the outcome is clear. And I suppose we'll have to be the ones to flip the board. What? Unfazed by the shifting tides of battle, Rumyantsev presses his assault against no one once again. No one already accustomed to his opponent's unpredictable rhythms meets the attack squarely. His rev blade intercepts the blow with a sharp clash. I must say, ARU soldiers never cease to impress. Bringing out anti-tank weaponry to demolish a building, you've certainly broadened my horizons. I just used what I had on hand. I won't let you lay a hand on Babylonia's commandant. Everyone press the attack. Yes, sir. Fyodor closed in, but his ambush was caught at the last second by Antonov. In a split-second decision, Antonov fired at the structure beneath him, destroying Fyodor's footing and sending him staggering. As a result, the bullets from Fyodor's gun streaked harmlessly off course. Quick thinking, I'll give you that. But don't think it's enough to stop the Frostheart warlords. Rumyantsev, our target is that Babylonia commandant. Perfect timing. I'm just getting warmed up. In war, disabling the command system is always the fastest path to victory, a truth both the Alliance forces and the warlords know well. Upon receiving the order, Rumyantsev drops into a sprinting stance. His skin begins to glow, its color shifting from green to a vivid, charging crimson. That's enough. All units fall back. What? Just as Rumyantsev prepares to sprint, Simon's voice, magnified by field amplifiers, rings out. In perfect sync, the Alliance soldiers pull their pins and release a volley of combat grenades. This is... The canisters hit the ground and rupture, blanketing the area not with shrapnel, but with the dense multi-compound smoke. You think smoke will save you? Charge! Rumyantsev halts his energy buildup and storms into the haze. Expecting impact, he meets only vacant space. The roar of collapsing concrete and twisted steel echoes around him. He has barreled straight through a derelict building. Fyodor samples the air, catching smoke on his fingertips. His eyes sharpen, but his mouth curves into a knowing, devious smile. Well played. To complete the final stage on the previous phase's map, automatically advance to the next phase. I see. So it was only one file I got? Tactical dossier. Your Dulova intelligence brief. The technical backbone of the Frostheart warlords and one of the earliest researchers of amalgamation tech. Oh, a firm believer in combat application first, she rose through the ranks by driving the militarization of amalgamation tech. Path to ascension. Following the Amberia incident, Dulova took the lead in developing a series of next-generation amalgamators, ultimately securing her position within the Frostheart warlords as its technological authority. The earliest among the Frostheart warlords to undergo modification using a new amalgamator. To validate systems stability, she directly reused a substantial portion of data from the Amberia frame. And that's why she has that appearance. Okay. I see. Now, one thing I'll say here, I've seen someone complain about how this information is put into like these files and not into the actual story itself. So I'm just going to say this right now. I don't think it really makes that much of a difference. Sure, it would make the chapter a bit lengthier if this information was put into the story itself, but like this intelligence brief for Dulova, I guess they would have to spin it as like a sort of like flashback for Dulova, I guess. But personally, I don't think it makes too much of a difference. I don't know. Because a number of these is just kind of like repeating what was already said, right? Like the mission briefing. Like we got this mission background already from Celica. And the enemy assessment as well. We already learned about that. Combat deployment we already know about. Core objectives we already know about. Like this first file is kind of like, it just repeats the same thing. So this one's kind of like whatever. This one's a little bit of like backstory and stuff on this, on like Sophiasburg and then the ranking, military ranks and stuff. This is my personal, like, little theory, right? I feel like the reason why they made this chapter short and added these extra little details as files for you to read over outside of the story, outside of the nodes, I personally think it's due to the fact that people have complained about some of the chapters being super lengthy. Because when I look at things like Where Nightmares Dwell, as well as like some of the previous chapters, right? They weren't as lengthy. They're not super long compared to what we've known from, like, say, Aeon Reforged or even Polaris Bond or Cinder Burns or Spiral of Kronos. I like to think that because people kept on saying that chapters were getting lengthy, they didn't like how lengthy it was, that this was like Kuro's little compromise or answer to it. They made the chapter itself short, but they added some of the information that would have been in the chapter as file reports here instead, file reviews. That's my personal, like, little theory on it. Because yes, these nodes are surprisingly short. That's what I think. So far though, similar to Where Nightmares Dwell and Sightline Breach, it's not too much of a focus of... It's a bit hard to explain. Because so far, what these main story chapters have in common, these three here, is the little bits and pieces of Philo-Tree and Saphira Frame. But these chapters don't entirely focus on the Philo-Tree itself. It feels like they're just leaving little breadcrumbs here and there, right? It's like we're trying to slowly unravel the Philo, like very slowly trying to get the Philo-Tree stuff going. Personally, these three chapters haven't been too terrible. I've seen people on Twitter always going into a frenzy about these chapters, saying that they're so unbelievably, like, boring or like really terribly written or whatever. They're not exciting, they're not super crazy and whatnot. My personal thoughts is that because this is a completely different story now, like a completely different arc into this shit, that I am treating it as such, where it's like the beginning of a new thing. And a lot of beginnings for a lot of stories tend to be slow. They help build things up. That's why I'm not too upset about this stuff. While yes, these chapters aren't like on the level of Aeon Reforged or Cradle Parade, I feel like you shouldn't expect every single chapter to be on that same level. Otherwise, you set yourself up for disappointment. I think it would be best if people were to just treat this as a completely new beginning, completely new arc, because that's what it is. We're having to learn stuff about, or discover bits and pieces about, like, phylatry, I guess. Well, the only thing we know about phylatry is that it has something to do with, like, the mind and then Saphira frames and all that. Oh, but the point is, it's a new arc, treat it as such. Keep expectations low. I would assume that in later chapters, it'll get a lot more interesting and better. Because right now, with the Hetero Tower, like, gone for the time being, what's there for us to really, like, focus on, right? I don't know. It's really hard to try and describe this. It's really hard to try and get my thoughts out here. Now, if I sound like an idiot, or if I'm wrong with a lot of this stuff, then okay, then I'm wrong. But these are, again, just my personal thoughts. Alright. I'll keep going for a little bit longer. Maybe I'll get to like 50% for Withering Ground. But yeah. Like, I feel like stuff from 34 to 36 is like the little, like, epilogue or something from the main arc, which was involving the Hetero Tower and shit. And right here is like a slow burn of a prologue or something, where we're kind of just doing our own thing, taking on these little missions here and there. That it doesn't seem like it'll build up to something much larger at the moment. Like, it feels like it doesn't lead up to anything crazy, but there probably will be some sort of payoff to it. That's just what I think, though. Overall, this stuff just try not to think that these newer chapters are going to be on the same level as, like, Cradle Parade or Aeon Reforged or Wither to Shine or anything like that. Completely, like, new arc, new beginning, as they stated. So treat it as such. Slow beginning, little bits and pieces of information involving this phylatry and the Saphira frames and all that stuff. Maybe there'll be a payoff later on to all this. There probably will be. Who knows how long that'll take. For me, personally, I'm enjoying this. It's not super crazy like all the other ones, but I'm not here to expect Wither to Shine levels of peak here. Mission report, let's check the battlefield. Block all entrances and exits as instructed. Cover weak spots with extra personnel. Don't give the enemy a single opening. On it. Entrusting tactical positioning to you, Commandant, as was clearly the right call. We forest guards aren't accustomed to urban combat. It's nothing really. I wonder how the others are doing. Given our earlier loss of contact with dark areas, your concern is understandable, Commandant. Scout, can you connect now? Affirmative. In fact, they've just sent a connection request as well. Following the instructions, the Scout sets the briefcase down in the snow. Its lid opens automatically, a metal antenna extends, and a pale blue hologram glows to life, cutting cleanly through the snowy mist. Data streams flicker and swirl for a moment before resolving into the forms of Simon, Mina, Diana, and Lee, the core command present at every front. Simon, what's your status? Mina, you look furious. Diana, you're back. We haven't seen Diana in a while. Long time, Benny. No, I'm not physically back. The corrupted are scattered across the region and I'm clearing threats. But I'm on a break now, so I linked in to check on everyone. I reviewed the Scout's briefing before joining. The battle is proceeding favorably, and Commandant and I have made an unexpected discovery. Unexpected? The bionic whale pod. After defeating Dulova, one of the warlords, we recovered devices capable of recalling them. With proper guidance, the whales could become a significant asset in this war. I was under the impression there was no way to bring the pod back. Which is why I've been telling those old-timers at the other ports to fund more tech excavation. Everything's been a mess since the last chief captain died. What a disaster. But won't the enemy use those devices as well? The whales would be viable combat power for them too. How do we ensure recalled whales fight on our side? Bionic whales are basically big, good-hearted fish. If we fit them with anti-amalgamation modules, I'm confident they'll side with us. Then who handles this? Our rear support team, naturally. We can't pull personnel from your front line. We're stretched thin as it is. Many of your troops in this war is good as lost. Hello, Ksenia. Since I've got the floor, update on Rosetta's frame. We've made contact with Asimov, Babylonia's chief technician, but we still haven't found a way to fully activate it. So even Asimov couldn't do anything about it? I'll take over the explanation from here. Hey! Asimov's image abruptly cuts in, replacing Mina's projection to the edge of the screen. Malkuth's design is unique. Its creator implemented no activation protocols. It is effectively a machine without a power button. Why design a frame that way? We're still investigating. However, I must clarify, it's not that we lack leads. Full activation is linked to mind stability, but the required threshold, let's just say it's currently unattainable. Specifically, close to 10,000%. What? What? At Asimov's absurd, almost comical words, every jaw hangs open in stunned disbelief. I've had my assistant rerun all calculations. Theoretically, either the formula is wrong, or I am. But there's also the chance it's actually correct, isn't there? Asimov nods, and the room falls instantly silent. If this conclusion is correct, it means everyone here is attempting the impossible. It's better than being told it's outright impossible. This is the best outcome we could hope for. Now we continue preparing. We continue fighting. Proceed at your own pace. I will handle the technical side. If the manuscript's calculations prove accurate, this frame could be the decisive factor in ending this war. Asimov is referring to the report's section on Malkuth's output capacity, but the figures are so extreme they strain credulity. If we're done discussing the frame, perhaps we should return our attention to the battlefield. Has anyone else noticed the corrupted seem endless? Did anything catch your attention? According to Antonov and his team, this district was once the central industrial zone of Sophiasburg. There are quite a few production lines beneath us. Right, and we've already sent out scouts. Elevators to lower levels appear every few blocks. New corrupted emerge from them at regular intervals. They're consuming and producing simultaneously. Commandant, it seems our enemy has already decided our next tactical move for us. Then we destroy the source. Correct. Until we understand the full extent of enemy resources, striking their supply lines is our most effective course of action. No objections? I'll coordinate our field teams to hit these targets. I'm stretched thin here. To maintain our own supply lines, we won't be able to join this operation. I'll oversee the anti-amalgamation modules for the whales and keep working with Asimov on Malkuth's activation. Rosetta, the rest of the forest guards and I will return as soon as our support mission is complete. Be careful until then. With the plans laid out, Rosetta turns. Her gaze finds you. It seems the war is entering its next phase. I took command last time, Commandant. How about you lead this one? I believe everyone here would like to hear the order from you directly. This is part of Rosetta's consideration for troop morale. In that case, the move should be... Operation begins now. On it! File review. Arctic Heritage Foundation Intelligence Brief. Technological organization formed organically by Arctic scholars guided by the mission of uncovering lost legacy technologies, repairing gaps in Arctic technological development, and fostering a new Arctic technology ecosystem. It currently stands as a key force in technological research and knowledge preservation within the Arctic region. Mina, the Foundation's de facto leader, combining a scholar's technical insight with a manager's ability to coordinate resources, firmly believes that old heritage is the stepping stone to new development. Values the archaeological recovery of legacy Arctic Route Union technologies such as amalgamator tech and special alloy forging, while emphasizing adaptive modification to meet present needs and firmly opposing pure technological revivalism. Through years of accumulated connections and deep familiarity with Arctic ruins, Mina is able to mobilize funding, equipment, and dispersed technical personnel to drive large-scale heritage excavation and restoration projects. Sophiasburg 2. Surrender or resist? Word from the front. We've broken through. Our forces have taken the gates of Sophiasburg. Serious? The Arctic winds slice through New Sophiasburg's makeshift camp, cutting like rusted blades between its wooden shacks. A skeleton crew huddles around rusty oil drums after unloading supplies, their thick coats pulled tight as they trade eager whispers about the telegrams from the front. It's true enough, but it's no real advantage. A driver in a thick scarf suddenly flips back the tarp over the truck cabin and pushes his way in, bringing the biting chill of the front lines with him. What did you see out there? The corrupted, swarms of them. There's some soldiers talking while we unloaded. Sophiasburg's hiding production lines, churning out more of those things. Unless they're destroyed, the front will be overrun. It can't be right. They used to run production lines. Where would they get all the resources? Sophiasburg was the capital. Their stockpiles were always bigger than anyone's. And ever since the higher-ups set their sights on conquering the world, those stockpiles only grew. He has only just spoken when he becomes aware of their collective gaze fixed on him. With a hurried wave of his hands and a sharp shake of his head, his voice grows noticeably strained. Don't look at me like that. My father captained a transport ship for Sophiasburg. I only know because I sailed with him a few times. So you're saying the longer the lines run, the worse the odds get. Is surrender truly not an option for us? What are you saying? I'm asking if there's a way to keep people alive. Weren't we told that surrender would end the war? That everyone would be safe? Safe? Remember the Union back then? The Frostheart Emperor doesn't want peace. He wants the world. Surrender and we'll just become soldiers for his war. He can control the corrupted, and the punishing virus keeps creating abominations. Why aren't we uniting against that instead of fighting each other? It's the same with this war. If only there was someone whose call everyone would answer, someone who could rally everyone to help us, then we wouldn't be sitting here terrified and our soldiers at the front wouldn't be throwing their lives away. What are you all talking about? A voice, clear and bright, interrupts the low hum of conversation. Evan stands at the edge of the group, his small hands fisted in the hem of his coat. Though the cold has painted his cheeks a raw red, the look in his eyes is pure, unwavering determination. If we become invaders again, we are no better than before. Do you want to see more Amberias show up? Evan, what are you doing out here, boy? Listening to you all whispering. Rosetta and the others are fighting right now, and you're here talking about giving up. Do you still not believe in the Forest Guards at all? Belief doesn't fill storerooms or bring back the dead. You're a child. You don't understand the cost. We've poured everything into this. I know we've sent supplies, but if the Alliance wins, win. And then what? Go back to scraping by? The civilian guard's voice rises sharply as his rough hand slams onto a rusty oil drum. A deep metallic clang reverberates, echoing across the desolate snowfields. Damn it all. We finally saw Sophiasburg rebuilt, and then the Ascendants wiped New Murmansk off the map in a day. All those supplies that should have been sent here, gone. Story has a great setup for this chapter, almost close to survivalism. Really? That's so interesting you say that. Because from what I've seen on Twitter, there have been people not enjoying this chapter. That it was like mid, undercooked, too short, like nothing too substantial and whatnot. So far, I'm liking it. Except for the way you can actually combat in this map and such. I like it though. The one thing I can appreciate about Kuro Games is that they're willing to try different things. So I like how they did this sort of like a strategic war board type of thing they're doing with the chapter, where you get to go from one spot to another for combat and shit. I like that. It's a small little thing, but I like it personally. And as for people complaining about it, I've given my thoughts earlier before you came in here. But for me, because this is a new beginning, as Kuro Games has stated before during their live stream once, it's a new beginning. It's a new story arc. Treat it as such. Don't have such high expectations right out the gate. Like, yes, Where Nightmares Dwell, Sightline Breach, and this chapter, they're not on the same level as Cradle Parade or Eon Reforged or Wither to Shine. They're not on that same level. So you shouldn't expect them to be on that level. Otherwise, you set yourself up for disappointment. So far, what it's doing for me, what the story is doing for me with these 3 chapters, is that they're making me curious. Specifically with the Philotree and Saphira Frames and the whole stuff with the mind. Right? They did that with Liv's chapter. They did a little bit of it in Sightline Breach. They're doing a little bit of it in this one as well. They make little mentions here and there. While it's not the entire focus of these 3 chapters, it helps build intrigue. It helps build curiosity. Even though there's only little bits of it here and there, it's something I'm way more focused on right now. Because I'm curious. I want to know more. While this stuff has been really fun and interesting, like with Melano back in Where Nightmares Dwell, or John Doe from Sightline Breach, or in this one with New Sophiasburg and Zack. While these ones have been interesting, yes, they're not fully connected to the whole stuff with Philotree because they're kind of like their own little thing. But there are little bits and pieces that make tiny connections. And Where Nightmares Dwell, we had the stuff in the mines, this new substance or mineral that has something to do with the mind or the Philotree. Sightline Breach with Teddy Spectre with her new frame being a Saphira frame. And then this one, while Rosetta's frame is about amalgamation tech, this one mysterious construct that's with Zack wants stuff involving Philotree and Saphira frame. So while Rosetta doesn't have the Philotree related stuff, there's something to the Philotree stuff and the Saphira stuff that whoever is the new antagonist is wanting to go after. Like, how does that not bring up intrigue, right? These are just little breadcrumbs. I I do believe that there will be some sort of payoff later down the line. So until then, it would be better for people to just keep their expectations low and not expect this to be like Shaper's Ripples, Crossing to the Galaxies, and Wither to Shine right out the gate. Just keep expectations low. That's all. Honestly, playing through the story, you make your own perspective view, so you can understand more about the lore to the story because it gets more interesting. Yeah, I understand people have their complaints. I do. Especially with this particular chapter being like short, or how there's the file reviews and whatnot, or how the story is kind of just like a nothing burger. I get those. But as I said, people for some reason expect this to be on the same level as like Eon Reforged or Wither to Shine. And if you're someone who does that, you've already made a mistake. Because again, you just set yourself up for disappointment. You've seen a video about Phyla lore. Excited to see what'll be happening next because we got Kamui, Alpha, and Nervatia afterwards. True, exactly. Exactly. Think back to the very early chapters of PGR. Slow, nothing really going on as much. Little bits of lore, just some lore here and there. That's kind of what this is, right? So treat it as such. And just like the beginning of every story, it starts off a bit slow. It introduces a few things bit by bit. That's just how it is. You can't expect to go on a roller coaster ride and then immediately have the drop at the very beginning of that ride, right? You have to have that build-up. In the case of this, it's a slow build-up. We just get tidbits about Phyla, some little things here and there. What really got me from this new patch wasn't from this main story chapter, but from the Babylonia quest that you should do before doing this chapter, the Frostheart Shadow quest in Babylonia mode, where there was these 3 NPCs that have these conversations, and they're like optional too, but they were really interesting. Because one NPC was talking about how construct tech has, ever since the punishing, has now become something useful. Because construct tech has existed before punishing. And that they mentioned how the tech is going to evolve beyond what they've expected. And then they make a mention of a singularity, or the singularity. What the fuck does that mean? And then another one talking about Rosetta going immediately into a coma from her frame. But I think Asimov explained that it's just due to like the frame being a prototype and hasn't had proper tune-ups. And then a third conversation about civilization and culture and how civilization and its traditions can change as it spreads worldwide. Those were interesting to me. So with those in mind, it gives me a bit of an idea of what this chapter is going to go through. Because right now it seems like it's just either stick with the one tradition for everyone or change as the world continues to move forward. Stick with what you know or adapt. That's what it kind of feels like to me with this chapter and its, like, I guess, message or theme. I think people are just too focused on expecting this to be like Wither to Shine level of writing or peak, you know? Continuing, remember those days? Sailing from port to port, begging for scraps, fishing wreckage out of the sea just to survive. Hello, nobody. Hello. How could I forget? Treated like beggars. In the end, there's nothing out here but snow. The driver stares out to sea, his gaze growing distant and heavy. He is remembering the countless days and nights spent hauling resources from the deep, the relentless labor that built New Sophiasburg from the waves. Win or lose, we burn through everything we've saved. And then what happens to New Sophiasburg? Then we start all over again. Again? How many times must we start over? They built Amberia to conquer the world. They said to defend the Arctic from the punishing virus, only to break the place apart. So many lost their homes. We waited for the Forest Guards to defeat Amberia and end the nightmare, and then the Frostheart Emperor returned. Every time we hope, things get worse. So much going on already, you love how it can be fully explained through the story, even if we have to learn it ourselves at a time. Exactly. That's how story is. You make these, or that's how it, yeah, when it comes to story, whether it's a movie, a book, a video game, not everything has to be spoon-fed to us. We got to make these discoveries ourselves. We got to make these theories ourselves. We got to understand it ourselves. Whether these guesses or theories could be wrong doesn't matter. The fun is in the crafting. The theory crafting is fun. The lore crafting is fun. Voiceover is pretty good. I'm just speaking with my regular voice. I'm not like trying to... Like, I like to try and emote as I read, but this is just my natural speaking voice. But thank you. His gaze fixes on Evan, a chilling weariness frosting his eyes. Do you know why we came to build New Sophiasburg, Evan? Because... Evan opens his mouth, then freezes. He feels like he should have an answer, but the words die on his lips. The truth hits him with sudden clarity. He's only here because everyone knows is here. Everyone he knows is here. His only purpose has been to carry bricks and build walls beside them. It's kind of like he's only here because everyone he knows is here. It's kind of like say you've lived in a house for all your life with your family, and then all of a sudden comes a time where you got to move out and shit. Maybe due to school you have to move to a different city. You know? It's like, how come you don't want to move out or anything? Because everyone I know is here. That's what it kind of feels like. Seeing Evan's struggle, the man offers a wry smile. He reaches out and gently brushes the snow from the boy's shoulder. We came because of the Sophiasburg that still lives in our hearts, even after everything. He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the still open gates of New Sophiasburg. Through the gap, he looks toward the old Sophiasburg in the distance, its silhouette long lost in the gray mists of the wasteland. Evan understands then that they did not build New Sophiasburg out of a grand vision. This painstaking reconstruction, this devotion to an old style, was never about creating something new. It was about preserving warmth. It was a way to reach back, to salvage a familiar comfort and hold it close, a small fire against the relentless cold of their present tragedy. Yeah, that's the thing. Whenever you're presented with something unfamiliar or change, it's like it can hit hard, you know? That's why some people like to cling to what they're familiar with. And it goes back to that one optional conversation back in Babylonia, where they're like, as civilization grows, their cultures and traditions can spread throughout the world, but over time that can change. People don't like change. And that's the case with these Sophiasburg, these Arctic Union people here too. They don't like change. They didn't reconstruct New Sophiasburg for something new. They did it just so they can be back to the way they were. Hope I get famous. You support me? Thank you. I appreciate that. That's nice. Evan's lips part, but no words follow. The wind drives ice dust through the air, carrying with it the muffled, relentless rumble of guns. Cold bleeds into them, past collars, past flesh, deep into the marrow. In its wake, the renewed conflict erases what little warmth remained, leaving only hollow silence. Spiritual symbol, Sophiasburg. For the Arctic population, Sophiasburg has long moved beyond the idea of a physical city. It has become a concrete symbol of the Arctic Route Union's spirit, as well as the central anchor of identity and patriotic sentiment for the Arctic community. This sense of belonging is not sustained by slogans, but memories passed down through generations and practiced in everyday life. Causes of war, I've seen it in its complete form. Except for the main gates, the city remains in our grasp. Yet we cannot afford to underestimate Babylonia. Huh, this stalemate. It reminds me of my tactical studies in Kowloon. My report concludes, Your Majesty. Damn. Dulova. Genuine pity. She was a remarkable talent. Damn, he's got them dogs out, bro. Put on some shoes. It must be so cold. Cold seeps through the cracks of broken columns in the pitch-black ruin of the palace. At its center sits Zack, a melancholy figure almost merging with the hall's darkness. Before him, a hologram flickers. Rumyatsev's mechanical tail sweeps idly across the ground while Fyodor stands with his gaze lowered, still and unreadable as a stone. War is the domain of uncertainty. Anyone who rose to the rank of warlord knew the risks. Someone get this handsome man for you. As for her vacancy, she was, after all, a transitional appointment during the development of humanoid hybrids. One could say she has discharged her duty to Sophiasburg in full. The words are spoken with casual indifference, mirroring Fyodor's silence. In both their eyes, a comrade's defeat is just a vacant post, something to be filled, not mourned. There is no grief here. How admirable. This is the person. To be so cheerful in defeat. Forget the dead woman. Those whales are supposed to be super weapons, aren't they? Are you really just going to hand them over? So this person here, I don't know her. But she wants something, she wants information or whatever related to Phylatry or the Saphira frame, apparently. Because she said it in like Note 3, where she's only going along with Zack's amalgamation project or the like Saphira frame or whatever. And Zack is like, Rosetta has amalgamation tech, but this amalgamation tech is not related to the Phylatry Saphira or something like that. She's still sticking around though. So now we get to see someone, actually see someone that has some connection to the Phylatry here. We may lose a pod of bionic whales, but our strength is not diminished. Besides, they are useless in the enemy's hands. Anyone can boast, but those rising humans, now they are fascinating. Especially that Grey Raven Commandant. Usabeni. You know that one. We share an acquaintance. Having seen that Commandant today, I am intrigued. Frostheart Emperor, instruct your men to take care of. Do not kill that one. We share an acquaintance. Interesting. She once said a line during that same node that involved the Phylatry and Saphira, where she says, a Saphira she needs. Wherever this she is, this NPC that's currently talking apparently works for them or is in cahoots with them. Now, I may just be reading too deep into this. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. But that's just what I'm getting from this. we share an acquaintance. I can't think of anyone that they can connect Grey Raven Commandant to this person here. So I'm curious. Rumyantsev, Fyodor, press the military advance. By your next report, I expect tangible results. Understood. I will see to it. By your command, I shall personally greet the enemy's commander. The projection flickers out. In its absence, a solitary beam of light breaches the dome, barely grazing the floor before the dense darkness consumes it whole. The battlefield is yours to manage, but my patience wears thin. Is the black box data still not ready? It requires more time. The ultimate amalgamator is delicate. Surely you can spare that much. Time is precisely what I lack. It can forge a lion cub into a king and just as easily grind a king to dust. Even the mightiest cannot defy its passage. I never thought to hear an ascendant, so she's the ascendant. Speak with such reverence for life. If I held no reverence for it, I would never have ascended. And you? You strike me as no mere glutton for power. What drives you to conquer the world? Silence reclaims the palace. The only sound is the wind threading through broken window frames, stirring ghosts of dust from the floor. Slowly, Zack lifts his gaze to the darkened dome as if seeing through the decay to the starlit sky that once shone here years ago. I was once an astronaut, soaring beyond the atmosphere to touch the cosmos. I believed that was my destiny. I completed my training, rode the rocket through the clouds. When the weightlessness came, cold and metallic, I pressed against the viewport, and I did not see stars. What I saw was Earth, whole, unified. Zack's fingertips tremble slightly, a phantom sensation of that viewport's cold still lingering from years ago, or years before. That awe crushed me against the glass. My tears struck the surface. My companions marveled at the planet's beauty, but all I could think was, so this is the truth. A single, unbroken whole. So I returned, quit my job, used the little lineage I had to secure a military post. Later, I volunteered for the leadership's modification trials, endured the fire in my veins, the agony of rewritten nerves, until I became what I am now, the ultimate amalgamator. As Zack closes his eyes, the darkness fills with familiar shapes, comrades who once shared his dream of an amalgamated world. These were the true believers, the ones who gave everything for the cause. He sees them now as ghosts, a silent testament to the vision they all fought for. Huh. So, a childhood epiphany? Tell me you've outgrown such fantasies. Children dream of plucking stars from the sky. I saw all coastlines connect. Saw the scars our conflicts have carved into the earth. It was too perfect, too complete. It made every border we've drawn seem like a cruel joke. Since Earth was born whole, I will erase with my own hands the divisions mankind has imposed upon it. Pulau! Pulau's here. Pulau fears nothing. Everyone hold the line to let the corrupted win. Hey, we got someone from Kowloon here to help us. Clear him out. That's so cool. I didn't realize Pulau was going to be here. So we have some Kowloon support before the next battle. Let me see here. Oh wait, hang on. Apparently in this, there was another... Oh, did I get that already? No, I didn't. Oh, there's apparently another secret achievement for this one. Huh. Yatta comes out too? Well, that's a bit of a spoiler. Are there any spirit energy canisters left? Get them swapped out for anyone low on charge. Spoiled a bit. Nah. It's a little bit of a spoiler, yeah. It's alright. It's a small one. As long as it's not something too crazy with the story. But I would prefer if there was like no spoilers. You are forgiven. Just this once. Get them swapped out for anyone low on charge. I'll take the watch. A basic defensive line is now in place. Some soldiers lean against barriers or supply crates, cleaning weapons and catching their breath, while others move in a constant, practiced flow that defines life at the front. All units, do not overextend. If anything goes wrong, fall back to the base immediately. Reconnaissance, not annihilation. We remember. Leave it to us, Rosetta. As the ARU captain signs off, Rosetta lets out a long, slow breath, the kind you release after the tension of a fight has finally passed. It's not looking good. Is there anything I can do? Thank you, Commandant. But you've already done more than enough. I'm not tired, just not accustomed to giving orders to so many at once. By the way, while the recon team scouts the corrupted production lines, let's go over our unit's objectives. Go on. As agreed earlier, the Alliance Force's tactical priority shifts to destroying the corrupted production lines inside Sophiasburg. If we cut off the reinforcements, we can break out of the situation where we're constantly outnumbered. I wonder how many there will be. Every factory we take out matters. They are designed to be small scale, so each one's individual production capacity is limited. So if we keep winning the local engagements and keep disrupting the production, overturning the numbers game is only a matter of time. When that happens, we press the advantage with a full assault. When it comes to striking hard, I have complete faith in everyone here. Reporting. Teams for the sabotage op are ready. Understood. Commandant, once reconnaissance confirms the targets, we strike the production lines in coordination. Let's use this time to prepare. I want this operation to run smoothly.
指揮官、整備を。これは歌声？あっちから聞こえてきてる。見に行こう。
Let's go. Singing? I don't know.
腹を打たれちまった。言ってよ。
どうして仲間と戦争するの？
みんな苦しんでる。今できるのはなるべく早く戦争を終わらせることだけ。声がしたのはこの先。この CD だったのね。
You know them?
極地には古い時代のものがたくさんあるの。みんななかなかそういうものを捨てたがらない。この CD もソフィアも。この極地はあとどれくらい耐えられるんだろう。
More stuff involving the past. Reminiscing about the past isn't a bad thing.
過去は悪いことばかりじゃない。だからこそ私は指揮官に出会えた。
Continue to approach.
危ない指揮官。
あちこちから侵食体が防御。
てっきりあの黒髪のガキかと思えば、まさかいきなり総大将と鉢合わせになるとはな。
あと一人3個を倒せば市内を奪還できる。宮殿への道が開けるわ。
あの時は誰一人宮殿へ立ち入れなかった。それは今とて同じ極地の民が今持つ力。どれほどのものか 見せてみるがいい。
遅い。戦線を切り裂く。問題ない。受け止められる。戦線を切り裂く。問題ない。
I'll be honest with you, I don't know what Rosetta does with her kid. I didn't do her, like, I didn't go into Celica's class or anything. I'm learning as I go. Unknown Ascendant is launching an attack on our position. Civil unrest. Oh shit. Oh, he's going straight for us. After the full-scale outbreak of the punishing virus, core survival resources in the old Sophiasburg were monopolized by nobles and the upper class, prioritizing the survival of privileged groups. Civilians in the outer city lacked basic protection, leading to sharp rises in infection rates and deaths from freezing and starvation. Repeated civilian petitions calling for resource sharing and opening inner-city shelters were rejected by the ruling class. With their right to survive pushed to the brink, riots finally erupted across the city. Civilians stormed supply warehouses, defensive posts controlled by noble guards, resulting in the fall of 3 key districts in the outer city. Noble residential zones faced direct security threats, while the city's overall defensive capacity was weakened by internal strife. The corrupted exploited the chaos and advanced toward the outer city perimeter. The upper echelon of the old Sophiasburg urgently activated General Zack, authorizing him to deploy outer city garrison forces and small-scale mechanical combat units to intervene. Some Sophiasburg history. Is that truly the kind of past you want to go back to? The Ram versus the Mantis. A little body bending's no big deal for a construct, right? Looks like Rumyantsev's already lit the fuse on this powder keg. Time to make my entrance. Bionic whale surface. What the hell was that? It's a bionic whale. It just breached through the ice. Open all hatches. Deploy every unit we have. Target the enemy base. The Arctic wind carries shards of ice that shriek against the metal tents of the base. This frozen expanse, designated the real line, should have been the Alliance's safest refuge until the black shadow erupts from deep beneath the ice. Soldiers barely make it out of their tents before countless hatches split open across the bionic whale's belly. Corrupted troops, bodies caked in grimy snow, pour out like the tide. The shriek of alloy scraping against ice fills the air as they advance. Keep firing! Get the front line on comms now! People scream warnings and raise their weapons, but panic has already spread like a plague. For these reserve troops, the sheer number of corrupted is more than they were ever meant to face. Just as planned. However fierce their front may be, their rear is as fragile as a snowflake. Level this place, link up with Rumyantsev, and this war is done. The order's strategy: destroy the rear, coordinate with the other warlord to close the trap from the opposite end. Simple plan, yet brutally effective. A pincer maneuver. Damn it! Destroy! Watch your backs! Don't let them flank you! The corrupted soon swarmed the headquarters, their advance underscored by distant screams and the groan of twisting metal. Perched atop the bionic whale's spine, Fyodor watches the chaos below, his fingers drumming lightly against the blade at his hip. The operation is proceeding smoothly, yet a persistent unease grips him. His attack was sharp and sudden, but the enemy's response feels thin. Too thin. A hasty resistance shouldn't be the only answer. Above all, one detail gnaws at him. He hasn't seen a single person flee from the base tent. Not one. Wait, could it be Bingo! Detonate! A woman's cold voice rings out from within the tent. The next instant, flames erupt throughout the base as explosions thunder in rapid succession. A sharp cracking detonation followed by a domino effect of shattering booms. Flames wrapped in smoke and dust devour one building after another, each blast hammering a trembling crater into the snow. The corrupted have no time to react before the blast swallows them. As the explosions collapse the ground beneath them, they sink back into the frozen sea, returning to the dark depths from which they came. Always waiting before we're pushed into a corner. What's that Commandant thinking? Alma's voice burns with rage as her mantis blades carve twin arcs of cold light through the sun-drenched air. In the same frozen instant, Fyodor spots the green-clad figure. So the ambush walked into a trap. How refreshing. You haven't seen anything yet. Alma doesn't wait for her words to finish. She launches herself from an ice ridge, her blade aimed straight at Fyodor's face. I am Fyodor, one of the Frostheart warlords, the strategist. You think those meager skills can touch me? He's ready, his own short blade flashing up to meet hers. The clash of steel rings out sharp and clear across the frozen waste. I don't introduce myself to dead men. The battle rages on. Fyodor glances below to see soldiers who had been hiding in the tents rush out to engage the remaining corrupted, but he realizes the truth too late. This isn't the real base. Someone anticipated him. The real base and its personnel has already been relocated. You can't just hide a damn whale. Any idiot could guess where it went. Yet you're here intercepting me. That means my strategy struck a nerve. You fear me and that's why you stayed. Palma surprised Fyodor's skill and speed match her own. She had assumed he was merely a strategist, a mind hiding behind the other warlords. In reality, he is an agile close combat specialist, just like her. You ram-horned prick! Their battle is a deadly dance atop the bionic whale's spine. Palma drives the assault, her mantis blade striking with surgical, vicious intent. Against her, Fyodor's defense is an art of millimeters. His short blade flashes not to meet her force but to deflect it, spilling her lethal energy harmlessly into the void. Full barrage. Just as Palma gathers herself for another blow, a deep, resonant hum vibrates up through the whale. Below her, heavy hatch doors begin to part, their seams traced with an eerie blue energy. An opening! Palma tries to fall back, but Fyodor spins with shocking speed, driving his short blade straight for her head. She barely crosses her mantis blades in time, but the force still slams her back a few steps. From below, the bionic whale releases a deep metallic rumble. Missiles scream from its launch bays, their searing heat scorching the edges of both combatants' clothes. Struggling? It's not easy fighting on unstable ground like this. Unless you're me, of course. No! Fyodor's strikes finally connect, driving Palma backward across the shuddering back of the whale. This is his domain now, a terrain of constant vibration. Using his frame's advantage and combat experience, he systematically presses Palma toward the open missile bays. There's no escape. Damn it! Just as Palma tries to escape from the edge of the launch bay, Fyodor lunges at her. The blades clash, his short sword locked against her mantis blades, and the mechanical joints in their arms glow a strained, furious red from the force. Fine, have it your way. Trapped, Palma wrenches her right hand free and prepares to shove Fyodor back with all her strength. Another opening. What? With terrible timing, missiles suddenly roar from the launch bay at their backs. The violent shockwave catches Palma off guard. Her ankle twists and her footing gives way. In an instant, she is falling, pitching headlong toward the open maw of the launch bay. It's over, Babylonian construct! A cold glint flashes in Fyodor's eyes as he retracts his blade, then thrusts it toward her chest, a strike meant to end the battle. But just before the point pierces Palma's body, the sound of twisting joints suddenly echoes through the air. Fyodor's attack cuts only air. His target has already moved. In the periphery of his vision, he glimpses Palma, her body bent in an inhuman curve to avoid the blow. Her right arm twists impulsively back, and the mantis blade extends to a length he has never seen. Ooh. Its destination is his chest. In the fraction of a second, the tip pierces his armor and drives deep. And little body bending's no big deal for a construct, right? The mantis. Oh, that's so cool. Vital fluid gushes forth, instantly crystallizing into a spray of ice in the wind. His blade slips from a lifeless hand as his body goes limp, collapsing backward into the snow. Your mods are more extreme than us hybrid types. Palma doesn't let Fyodor finish. She tears her mantis blade from his chest. His figure plummets from the bionic whale's spine, crashes into the freezing ocean, and vanishes, the ripples swallowed almost instantly. A low-pained moan resonates from the bionic whale beneath them, a sound that feels both like relief and a final command. One by one, its launch programs power down, and the corrupted begin to slow their movements, turning sluggish and uncoordinated. Get him, Palma! Clean up the rest. Don't let them near the real base. What's that sound? Uh-oh. Just as Palma thinks the problem is solved, ready to share the good news with her allies, a violent tremor ripples through the ice plains. Then a chorus of howls erupts, not the earlier shrieks of ordinary corrupted, but something deeper, more guttural, as if echoing from the very depths of hell. Good. Good. Hetero creatures? God damn it. Her head jerks up. In the distance, the ice plains fracture as dozens of cracks split the horizon. For each fissure, hetero creatures pull themselves free, dragging long crimson trails across the pale expanse of ice. Hetero creatures? Why are they here? I thought we were only fighting the corrupted. Oh no. Hey, snap out of it! Ugh. Chaos, held at bay for a moment, breaks loose once more. Screams, sharper, more desperate now, pierce the air, and blood begins to stain the virgin ice in vivid, spreading red. From her vantage, Palma's fists tighten. Her heart plummets with every second. The warlord is gone. The whale has stopped, but the battle below is only now descending into true hell. Great. Now we got the fucking red. Now we got the hetero creatures in here. The hetero creatures are like, hey, let us join the party. Oh, we're in phase 3 now? How far are we in this chapter? Oh, we're about halfway. Or we are halfway. Okay. I think this party is getting crazy. I think because now it's the start of phase 3 here, this might be a good stopping point, I'd say. I don't know how many nodes there are in total. Hang on, let me see. Let me double check. Let's see. 23 nodes, okay. Alright, yeah. I think I'll pause it here. So far, I'm having fun. I'm having fun with this story. I'm having fun with it. Of course, as I said multiple times before, it's obviously not on the same level as things like Cradle Parade or Eon Reforged or whatever, right? Beginning of the story, treat it as such, keep your expectations low, and overall just have fun with it, right? But also pay attention to some of the little, smaller details, especially the stuff with Phylatry and Saphira Frame. Pay attention to little stuff like that, because they've made mentions of it a little bit here and there. Alright? I think people are Yeah, people are just too focused on expecting peak after peak after peak with these chapters. Expectations, keep it low. Keep it low. You keep it high, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. Not every chapter has to be a wither to shine. So far, though, I am enjoying the chapter. I do like the whole war thing going on and stuff. It is kind of fun to go through. And again, I like what they're doing with the with this stuff with the story, where you get redirect like people to attack a certain point. That's fun. I like that. It's cool. It's really simple, but it's cool. It's really small, but it's cool. I enjoy it. Now, earlier when I started the stream here, I made one little error where after going through the Frostheart Shadow Quest here in Babylonia, I thought afterwards you would read Rosetta's Journal of Promise, because I was basing it off of this, where it showed her Journal of Promise before the main chapter. That's why it shows like her Journal of Promise like partially done, chapters 1 and 2 of it, because I did it earlier. But then it was during that I realized that read the main story first and then Journal of Promise. I don't know why they made it like this. It got me confused. So yeah. 39 first and then Journal of Promise. It's really weird. Because they have the same sort of thing. They did the same thing for like Pianissimo, where they put her Journal of Promise before her main chapter. And it made sense because her Journal of Promise did show how she got back to Babylonia, how she got her new frame and all that shit. So it's weird that they put Journal of Promise before chapter 39 like this. It's really weird. So don't make that same mistake. I said earlier that I would edit out my reading of Journal of Promise, but I think I might just end up leaving it in there. So you really need to look through a Journal of Promise because you don't know what you're doing anymore. It's as you would expect with these Journal of Promises, there's faction stories and stuff. So while it gives you a little bit more with the character, you get to see some bonding between that character and Commandant. But yeah, I'll finish it off here for tonight. Just do a little something here, and I'll continue it tomorrow. Where am I on this? Okay, so I finished node 12. Say that here, node 12. I'll do that. Didn't think clearly with Selena's Pianissimo, since you played main story then her Journal of Promise, which you should have considered first. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It is kind of weird. I feel like there's no real good way to know whether or not you should read the main story the chapter first or the character's Journal of Promise first. It's kind of weird. It is a little weird. I think it'd be a much safer bet to just read the full chapter first and then Journal of Promise. Or what I did was I went to the huashu.app website and I just quickly skimmed through the Journal of Promise for Rosetta. And just from what I skimmed through, it seemed like it was taking place before the main chapter, but clearly not. So I don't know. It's kind of weird that they did it like that. It's really confusing if they put the JOP before the main story just based on this. So definitely do not refer to the character story list to know what order to read this in. Definitely do not do that. Which is weird because Liv's Journal of Promise goes before her main story chapter as well. But from what I understand, it's better to read it after her main story chapter. So I don't really understand. I really don't get it. It's super weird. But yeah. I guess I'll just leave my chapter 1 and 2 readings of her Journal of Promise in the stream VOD here. I'll just leave it in there, I guess. Can be a bit complicated, yeah. I really thought it was going to be her affection was going to be before the main story chapter, but I was entirely wrong with that one. Entirely wrong. All right. I don't have enough to pull for Rosetta. So, due to family-related matters, I don't know if I'll stream again tomorrow. Because yesterday I had family stuff happen, so I couldn't stream yesterday. And I don't know if I'll be able to stream tomorrow or the day after. Obviously, you'll know once you see the scheduled stream, or if I make a post about it on the community tab for YouTube, you'll know from that. But the next time I do stream, I'll continue and finish Withering Crown, and I'll probably squeeze in like Journal of Promise too. But yeah. Anyway, I'll call it a night from here. Once again, so far, I'm enjoying the chapter. I do like the whole ward thing, but I'm also still very much intrigued with the Phyllotree stuff, especially that one Ascendant woman. So I wonder what's going on. And then the whole thing with unifying a nation, having a unified nation, civilization, and all that stuff. And then that one optional conversation from the Babylonian mode, the singularity is coming, Commandant. The fuck is the singularity, dude? What the fuck is that? Well, we'll know more for in later chapters. So when we finish Withering Crown, things are getting more interesting. I'm looking forward to that, actually. Awesome. Yeah. I sound like a broken record, but again, I just really, really want to reiterate. These chapters, they're not on the same level as the peaks that we've known, right? From the past. That is true. That doesn't mean these chapters are that shit. You gotta keep your expectations low, or you set yourself up for disappointment. Alright. Again, so with that being said, that will be it for me for tonight. So thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And I'll see you maybe tomorrow or Friday. We'll see what happens. Again, thank you for watching. Again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. See you later. Until next time. Thank you. Bye-bye.